Sweet love. Show you long, but it won't take long. Krishna, Krishna. Okay. This might be a bad idea. If anyone's watching, I'm tired. I should probably nap. Which means I might be getting a little cranky. And I don't want to get cranky on these streams. But I am 40 years old. I'm older than I was. And I get a little cranky. And I need a nap. But I'm gonna roll through it. Gonna work for a little bit. I was having trouble with this streaming thing. Hello. Knuckles is here. But I was having trouble with this stream before because I was having a lot of I'm tired. I was having performance problems. My computer was having performance problems, not I. I personally was not having performance problems. I might be having performance problems now. I'm sleepy. But I was having performance problems with the computer. When I was streaming with Facecam. But I did another stream with Knuckles the other night, which I ended up privating because I was tired and cranky. Which means I'll probably private this one too, because I intend to be tired and cranky during this stream, or I think I might be tired and cranky during the stream. That's probably going to be the situation. But during that last stream, I just sort of turned off the Facecam, which is a shame because I got a whole streaming setup here, a whole fancy streaming setup here right now. But I did shut off the camera so that I could, in theory, get better quality, performance out of this computer. Because, yeah, I was really struggling because I was trying to stream and use Photoshop at the same time, and my computer was not having it. But that was with Facecam. But I do want to announce, I'll put this in the description, but join us on Thursday evening for a discussion with the Raggedy Ann Revival Effort. Rare. So we'll do that. But join us for that this Thursday. That's something that we'll probably be doing. And that? I just tried to add text, and I don't know if that worked that well. What are you doing here? I think it was being a little weird about it. Oh, here we are. Join us Thursday evening for a discussion with the... Yeah. See, this is my text. I've added some text right here. I'm going to shrink it down a little. But, yeah, that's my little advertisement today. Hello, Near, and hello, Ladder, Ronnie. And hopefully I'll be talking to some of you from the Raggedy Ann Revival project. Hopefully we'll be doing that Thursday, probably. And hope all is well. But yeah, I'm gonna, thought I'd advertise that, because we're probably doing that. And I'm very tired right now, but I'm just gonna post through it for a bit. Like, I was gonna nap. I've been having sort of, hello. That is you, and hopefully we'll be able to chat. I kind of want to do that as sort of a technical exercise as well, to sort of see. And I don't know if you've got like things you want to discuss. It might end up being like 3 or 4 of you, of the mods, the Ragettes, Rags, Buttons, Gingham, and Yarn from the Raggedy Ann Revival. If you got any questions that you want to ask and answer, you can sort of write those down and send them. You can DM me on Discord. And I think that's how we're going to do it. I think we're going to do it on Discord. And hopefully a video. Like I haven't done this sort of stream before. So we'll see how that goes. I only just hooked up some of this tech anyway. I'm at the point, ooh, I hadn't even noticed that. That's pretty gunky. I was like ordering little items from Amazon to try and make this whole thing work. And for now, I have shut off the face cam. So, and the reason I've done that is to try and get better performance out of this whole situation. Because I was having a lot of trouble with Photoshop performance while streaming at the same time. And hopefully that won't be as true now. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'd like to talk to you about how you got started with this, how you got interested in it, what you've accomplished, what you've done, what you maybe learned from doing it, and what you're hoping for the future, maybe. If that's not going to cause any trouble. I thought that would be fun. Talk with you. I said Thursday for that. That should be fun. Evening. I'll try to be proper awake then. And hope you're all doing well on this Tuesday evening. Now, Dennis Van Hout, the Dutch animator, has just turned in what I think is the final version of his second shot for this production. Because there's going to be 2 new shots in this version. And that means that I'm behind schedule because I've still got a few pages worth of shots that I wanted to work on for this. So I'm behind schedule, and I was doing some work yesterday, which I wasn't streaming. And that was pretty good because I didn't have the performance problems. But I did want to stream and say hi if anyone wants to chat. Because I set up this whole streaming situation here with a camera and a microphone and everything. Thought I'd do something with it. But, you know how it is. I think I'm just going to leave this the way it is. But I've got like a little sheet of paper. I was going to say an envelope. It's not actually an envelope. Where I wrote down a bunch of frame numbers that I was going to look at and try to fix whatever is going on in these frames. We'll see how we do with that. That's not good. That's not something. Sort of what we're going to do. I'm trying to fix and clean up some stuff. And we'll do that. But how's everybody doing tonight? Here right now. I'm in the squeaky chair. I have a squeaky chair. I've got a less squeaky chair, but it's also less good. Someone was saying, there was like something on Twitter where someone was talking about how Amazon used to be algorithm driven and then it switched to a sort of pay-to-play model where it's not based on like what customers are buying, it's based on who will pay for placement. And so that's why a lot of the stuff you're buying from Amazon now is very poor quality, which I've noticed. I did just buy a little thing for streaming. I bought like a Bluetooth adapter for audio, and then I bought a little adapter for the camera to USB, so that I'll hopefully be able to stream this on Thursday when we're talking. I'd also asked my friend David Scott Jr. if he would test this out with me, because we did a talk show pilot that I still haven't released also. He said, yeah, maybe sometime before too long. But I kind of want to try out the format and see what we can do with But I also bought like a little mini tripod. These weren't like expensive things. I don't have like money to be buying expensive things. But I did also buy a little like mini tripod for the desk here, which is not like a proper desk. It's a folding like card table, like a big card table. I do have a desk here and a bunch of and like a table and a couple of folding card tables and this and that. But but the little tripod that I bought from Amazon was smaller than I expected. It's one of those things where, and it fell apart immediately. So I lost however much that cost. I hope it was like $5 or $10, but it fell apart immediately. A little dinky piece of crap. And that's kind of the thing with buying stuff from Amazon, especially lately, is a lot of it's junk. And it's because of how they set things up. These companies kind of have to pay for advertising placement instead of actually being judged by site users. And it gets to be a little like a lot of what they're just paying for the placement rather than making good quality product. I don't know, there's a Twitter thread about it. And I think when I buy something from Amazon, it's always like, oh, actually, this is going to help me a lot. I'm going to use this all the time now. Like, this little dinky thing is going to help me a lot. Or, I don't know why I bought this. Seems like it tends to be one or the other, right? I guess that's what it's like buying stuff from Walmart too. Like I get home and like I don't know why I bought it. But I don't really have money to be messing around with. But I was trying to. The first time I streamed a few days ago, I keep saying this. But yeah, I'm trying to do more streaming this week, and someone was like, well, you know, you haven't been around. I was like, well, people do these like documentaries about the thief and the cobbler, and they don't even talk to me for these documentaries. And someone was like, well, they probably think you're inactive. You haven't been around for a long time. Like, I'm trying to, I guess, be more present, because like I'm working on this stuff all the time. But I don't know if people know that. But I do wake up every day, basically, and I'm trying to work on stuff. And I think it would be better if I had a little more support. So I put like my Patreon in the description, but I also put my archive where you can see some of the film restoration work I'm doing. So we got that going for us. But I think the Raggedy Ann Revival project has been really exciting, and I'm interested to see what y'all can come up with. But yeah, my archive is in the description also. You can check out my restorations of the Jim Henson Hour. I'll mention that for Ronnie. And Raggedy Ann musical, Ragdolly, is there too. Stuff like that. Knuckles, the enchilada. But I am tired, but I'm posting through it. We'll see if I stay tired. And if I do stay tired, we'll see how tired I stay exactly. But we got that going for us. I need to figure out, this is something that happens sometimes, and it's hard to do on stream, but I need to look at these frames in another program, so you're not going to see it, but I need to flip through these frames a little bit and just kind of see where they actually need to be vertically in the frame. Like what's the stable looking version of this? And it looks like it's 2708. And that it's sort of sliding upward, but so I'm going to have to actually deal with that. But it's going to be 2708. Looks about right. And then whatever this is, that doesn't look too bad. Okay. Because one of the things here is that when there's a cut, when the footage is cut together, because this is a dupe from some work print reels. I think this is like an eBay reel. This might be from the KA reels, but I suspect it's from one of the eBay reels. I actually have forgotten at this point. Because it's a work print, it moves around on every cut, and you see like there's a splice. Right here, you can see the remnants of what would have been a splice with an actual razor and tape holding the film together because it's a work print. And a work print just means that they were working on it, that they were physically working on the film. So work prints tend to be very splicey. They've got tape and like physical adhesive tape and gunk all over it, and they tend to be very dirty. But they also jump when there's a splice, because if you're putting like a razor and tape splice through a projector, it's gonna jump in the frame. It's not gonna play perfectly. So if I had an HD copy of the film in any form, I'm talking, it would be like Arabian Night, or The Princess and the Cobbler, or even A Moment in Time. If I had that, the Princess and the Cobbler and Arabian Night, which are the bad Fred Calvert versions of this movie, they would be, they aren't spliced together with tape. They would be like glued together, so they can run through a projector better. So that would be how you say a lot easier to work with. And I wouldn't need to be doing this if we had one of those, because it would look a lot better, just period. Now, I want to actually remove this splice, and this is a pretty static shot, so it shouldn't be a big deal. And I've sort of warped it to match the other shot right now. So we got that going for us. I'm going to put this down for a second and do this shot first, because this is probably closer to what we need. But how are you all doing tonight? I'm gonna BRB. I'll be back in a second. But Dennis Van Hout has turned in his shots for this version. I almost feel like asking him to do more, but probably not while I'm working. And we will be presenting that in 4x3 to preserve Patricia Snyder's directorial vision. I'm looking, I had a cup. Okay, where did I put this? Oh, a little cup. I need some water. Yeah, I got my. Iced tea, have a little drink. I think my body is ready. I think it's accepted that I'm not actually going to sleep. Like my body wants a nap, but I'm going to tell my body that that's not happening. And hopefully we'll be able to do a nice, maybe I should have put lemonade, I don't know. I could have actual tea with lemon. Maybe I'll have that yesterday. What I've been doing is, in the morning I've been short-circuiting my body with lots of caffeine. Like I'll have a whole thing of soda, like 2 liters of soda, right in the morning. And I'm still tired, and maybe that's actually making it worse, like it's kind of making me crash. Like for real, I wanted to crash just now, but I'm not. I'm going to do this for a while. And I think my body's just going to have to get used to that. But my body is not ready. I don't think my body has ever been ready for anything. I think my body wants to nap most of the time. But I did have an alright week. The last couple weeks I've been a little up and down, but I've been feeling alright. So I'm just taking this little bit of footage and I'm just putting it physically where it should be. I probably shouldn't be doing all this by hand. But this is just to smooth out the jumps between frames. And some of this you do have to do by hand anyway. So. Okay. There's some... There's a bit of a problem. It's a little bit... It's a little bit fucky. I'm going to delete this little bit of dirt. There are some shots where there's lots of dirt. It seems like when I'm streaming, I'm finding shots which barely have anything wrong with them, and it might just seem like I'm dicking around. But, you know, a lot of these shots are really messed up. And do actually need all the work that I'm putting into this. I think soda in the morning is a great idea. Protein drinks, like protein shakes? I don't know. I think I'm actually should having protein. I'll probably like eat a whole fucking pizza in the morning. I don't know. I'm just so low energy that I need something, but I'm still crashing, so it's obviously not what I should be doing. My actual point was like I was thinking I could just put some tea on in the morning and be okay. But I'm just a rag dolly. You know, that'll be the happy and smiling all day. That'll be that'll be my audition, I think. No. See, this is peer pressure. I've got the Raggedy Ann fans here. So we're going to do a little bit of peer pressure. That's what'll blame them. I'm doing some cleanup of some scenes from The Thief and the Cobbler, of The Thief in the War Machine, because we're going to put a new version out that's very slightly updated. And so I'm behind schedule because what we're actually doing is so there's a sort of situation where it's not going to be like a full new Mark V version. What was I even saying? I don't even know what I was saying. It's not going to be a full Mark V version, but it is going to be an update. So I'm trying to get some new restoration done for it to make it a little bit fancier. And we'll see how that goes. But like right here, I'm taking out a splice. Isn't that nice? Because originally I restored this film in, I finished in September 2013. I'd been working on it for like 8 years at that point. Good Lord. And I stopped, not for any particular reason, this was in September that year, but because I knew that it was never going to be perfect, that these HD sections, especially like this, were always going to have some issues. But since this is going to be a slightly new version, I thought I'd come back and make some corrections. So we got that going for us. And I'm just sort of cleaning up problem areas. And this whole scene, I've already been doing this for a couple weeks, actually. And I've started streaming so that people can ask questions and stuff, because I haven't been streaming this since 2013, and maybe since February 2013. Like, there was a time I streamed in February 2013, and we got like invaded by trolls, and it made me not want to stream anymore. It was really bad. But I think YouTube has like rules where you can't just, where trolls can't just come in and say the N-word 200 times a minute. Like, I mean, that's really what it was. Like, they were just like these racist trolls. And then they said I was calling someone else racist. I was actually calling them racist because they were saying the N-word, which I think was pretty cut and dry. But yeah, these trolls, it was pretty bad. If only Twitch had that, indeed. Yeah, I've heard people talk about what happens if you get rated on Twitch. Was it? I don't think it was Twitch, though. I think it was like livestream.com. Was that a thing? I think the software was Livestream, like Procaster. I don't even remember anymore what the platforms was, but it wasn't YouTube. And YouTube, I can actually write in, you know, okay, don't say slurs and this and that. And I think it's already set up like that to not say slurs. But yeah, I got rated by like some anonymous weirdos. And it was creepy. It was genuinely like bad behavior. Like they were just spamming slurs. Yeah. So that made me not want to do this, but I haven't done this in a while. I don't know how interesting this is. It's probably not very interesting, but I thought I'd just be around to say hi. If anybody's interested and wants to say hi. Like, I've got this streaming software, and I mean the streaming hardware. So. What are these protein drinks you're even talking about? Like protein shakes? I don't think I need protein. I mean, I'm probably eating enough meat and everything. But I do need energy. I've been very low energy to the point where it's scaring me, but I've been better this week. What software do you use to restore these? This is just Photoshop because it's so complicated. And generally speaking, The Thief and the Cobbler is like animated on ones, so there's not a lot I could do with AI. But yeah, I've answered this before, but I'm just doing this all by hand because there's not a lot I could do with AI. But if I was, I've got years ago, someone signed me up with a license for PF Clean when I was doing, which is a professional product, or was back then in 2013. I don't even know if they still make it. And I actually did do dirt removal with PF Clean also, which is like AI. But it doesn't work very well for something that's animated on ones. Like, it doesn't know what's dirt and what isn't. I mean, it's hard for me to tell by hand what's dirt and what isn't. So I wasn't able to use that very much, but there was like a PF Clean run that I did at least on both of those. But I had to do a lot of stuff by hand because stuff is on ones. A lot of Raggedy Ann, the movie, isn't on ones, so you could get away with a little more, but also a lot of it is. But there's also the Phoenix processes, which I don't have, but which is also like an expensive professional thing. But like Femboy Films did a test, which I sort of used, but didn't use very much of in the Raggedy Ann restoration, because they were working on like an alternate. They were working on like my backup transfer, basically, not the main transfer, but Helga Bernhardt, who did the film transfers for the Raggedy Ann restoration. He did a run with the Phoenix processes also on Reel 1 only. But like, I didn't get the whole film done that way, so I had to do everything by hand in Photoshop for the most part, and it just took forever. Because if that sounds stupid difficult, it does. And it does bug me knowing that there are AI processes probably that would make things easier. But also, I think when you're working with stuff like this, which is just so complicated, I would have to do a lot by hand anyway. It's going to be Photoshop, so I don't know. I think Photoshop is fine if it's like a limited amount of material that you're doing. And when I did this originally in 2013, it was also a lot of Photoshop, and I just stopped at a certain point saying, okay, I'm done. But I went back and I finished from the same files even some of the stuff I didn't do back then. So there's that. But I also had to accept that a lot of it was never going to actually get cleaned. And that would have to be fine. You know, like there's still going to be like dirty scenes in this. Okay, banana protein. Will the scenes in SD be restored as well? No. I'm not doing any work on the SD material for this relatively minor update. Doing no standard definition. Do I have a favorite band? I've got a lot of favorite bands, I suppose. But it depends on my mood a lot. I remember when in 2010, middle of 2010, I got a car that I don't have anymore. It got wrecked. It got wrecked in like 2011 or 2012. But it had a cassette player, so I was listening to a lot of 80s music, because that all sounds good through like that's designed to sound good in a cassette player. And I went through like periods of like Talking Heads and stuff like that. But I am not really going to recommend music because I think people can listen to whatever music, but I do have a thread at my my forum obsessing over Marina and the Diamonds. I just think she's neat. And I did a few like music video edits. Good about that. But I'm not going to talk about bands. It's probably more likely that I would put on podcasts and stuff because my like Bluetooth headphone situation is not great for music anyway. Not podcasts like YouTube videos. Yeah, I kind of figured it would be a shot of the Ragettes. That occurred to me from the musical that would be promoting this. What I'm actually doing right now is I saved two different versions of this, and one of these versions is like a PF Clean noise reduction run, dirt removal run, not noise reduction run. And there's a problem with that because I didn't want it to be too sensitive because it would be like oversensitive, but it didn't do a very good job of like that. So it's almost like more work to just deal with these two different versions of it. One which had a PF Clean auto dirt removal, but which is not very useful. Like it doesn't quite remove enough of the dirt, and it removes things it shouldn't. So I basically just have to look at it and maybe use some of it, but I couldn't just plunk it into the final timeline. So I don't know how useful it is. Raggedy Ann was I did a PF Clean run on it too, and then I was like, if it was ever on ones or had effects on ones, I couldn't even use it. Like, I don't think this PF Clean run, I don't think this even did anything to this frame. Because these frames like all have like a flickering effect, right? So it doesn't know what it's doing, unfortunately. And I have to like match the brightness. It's like, oh God. Which I just did. I think that actually looks about right. And in theory, I'm not here to just be removing little bits of dirt and everything, which is what I'm doing in practice. Like if I'm actually going in, I originally earmarked some like portions of this scene that were particularly damaged. I'm like sneezing in a way that feels sick. My body's yelling at me for not having napped. That's worrying. Yeah, that felt like a sick sneeze. I don't think I'm sick. I think I'm just tired. That felt a little sick. But yeah, PF Clean doesn't do a great job. I think Phoenix would do a great job, probably. I don't know how automatic or manual you'd have to be with it, though. But I've seen good results. But there's also this thing where So I'm just sort of like overly, probably putting more work into this than I need to. Because if I do have something, if I have a frame in front of me, I have a sworn oath, a sworn duty to clean it up. But in theory, I had just gotten a bunch of scenes from the film that were especially dirty, and then just worked on those, and I finished a lot of that stuff by now. Splices and things, which will improve things a bit. It's not going to be perfect. It was never going to be perfect. There's only so much you can do. But I will also post. There is a Raggedy Ann and Andy restoration comparison. It's on my archive, which is linked in the description, and is also at this channel. So you can sort of see what I did with Raggedy Ann, which was mostly by hand, unfortunately. There was a big section of most of Reel 1 got done for me semi-automatically or by others. Helga Bernhardt did a pass who had done the whole transfer. I don't think that this was actually shaky. I don't think I actually had to deal with shaking here. It's not even that dirty either, so maybe I should just give up on it. I mean, that is dirt. There is dirt there. Can I just do like content-aware fill and be done with it? Probably. I use content-aware fill a lot with these in Photoshop, just to sort of get rid of. But yeah, I don't know. It is a little sketch. Like there's some blood here. But I'm not really here to remove every little bit of dirt. That's just something I'm doing because I have the material open in front of me, but under normal circumstances I don't think I would be caring about just dirt, or I shouldn't be. Like, I need to sort of pick my battles and clean up the really dirty parts of this scene. But I can, I can take some dirt out. There's scenes that are just like, it looks like a blizzard. Of snow. But how's everyone doing tonight? If you got any questions or whatever. Well, I think my Windows must have crashed at some point, because it's sort of, yeah, I think my Windows must have crashed at some point. That's okay though. I'm going to take that text off. I'm going to restart Photoshop. And the reason I'm doing that is because Photoshop, at least on my system, and in the pre-Creative Cloud CS6 version, which I still have because I'm cheap, it's easy to get. But it sort of leaks memory, and restarting it every once in a while, especially when I'm streaming, will help us keep the Photoshop from just being super slow. But yeah, I am doing this frame by frame because generally speaking, a lot of this stuff is on ones. And even when it's not, it will have like effects on ones. It'll be flickering. Like there's a lot of like flickering lighting in this scene. And so PF Clean is not smart enough to tell what's going on with AI. Now that I'm saying this, I'm actually using a little bit of PF Clean's work, because it did get some of the dirt here. Not all of it, but some. So maybe I shouldn't be complaining so much about your PF Clean. But in general, I find I have to do it by hand, because it's just too complex for PF Clean's AI anyway. Like these little details. Here, just fixing. And I shouldn't be focusing on details quite this much. Like I think it's never going to be perfect anyway, and a lot of these scenes are just going to be dirty. I was just looking at the emerald scene, and it was like, oh, I see why I stopped. The scene where the thief is trying to steal these emeralds, and it's like, dirty. Very dirty. I fixed some of it. I fixed like the splices, but I didn't fix like the scene itself was not on my list to be fixed ever. And if you look at it, it's pretty dirty. Because it's dark, and when the scene is dark, it shows up the dirt more. And a lot of these scenes are just splicey and messy. I was tired, feeling, I think, okay right now, but I didn't sleep. I wanted a nap, and I didn't sleep. And I think my body is yelling at me, and it's making me sneeze now. I think that's what's happening. I'm in the squeaky chair. And this is what we're doing. We're sort of going in with some content-aware fill. I've got a bunch of automated Photoshop actions, which can make this easier. Can make this a little easier, which I'm not currently using like at all. Because sometimes my thought process with these things, these projects like this, has generally been to not think about them much, because I think Dick Williams had a saying also that I'm blanking on like the actual quote and if it was actually him that said this, but certainly somebody said that you can spend a lot of time trying to come up with a clever solution to something when it would take less time to just charge ahead and do it in a lot of cases. So that's my thought process a lot of times, which is just that if I'm going to do something, even if it seems like really arduous and slow to do it by hand, if you just kind of jump into it and do it and don't second guess it too much and try to be quick about it, that can kind of even out more than finding like a clever way around it. But if I did have like working AI ways around this, I'm sure I'd use them. But in general with this stuff, there's a lot of just charging forward and doing it. I don't know how much the squeaky chair is picking up, but it's more comfortable than the non-squeaky chair, so I don't know. I ordered a new chair from Amazon because the squeaky chair is really beat up and has seen better days and has been through various house moves and stuff like that. But what Amazon sent me was cheap, and I don't have money, so I wanted something cheap, but it wasn't very good, and it wasn't very comfortable, and it was difficult to assemble. It was impressive how flat it shipped. It shipped very flat, but I wouldn't say I was impressed by the product in particular. So I haven't been using it. I've been sitting in the chair that I wanted to replace for the most part, but I've got a second run here. This is, I had the damnedest time finding an apartment because I had to leave a place which was like it's a nightmare finding housing in Los Angeles, and the woman I was renting from before this was renting it to people who were like genuinely had mental problems and had just been in prison or had just been in a mental asylum or were having a freak out and being taken off in an ambulance to the mental asylum at that moment. And it sucked. And it was not safe. And so we found a new place, but it's expensive. And it's about 3 times as big as I actually need. But it's hard to find a place. And because of COVID, people were being really reluctant to rent places. And I was getting like people who were saying, basically you can pay rent, but you can't like live here like a person would. Like you can't use the kitchen, you can't use this, you can't use that. So I'd be like, okay, you don't want, like this is a scam and I don't even know why I showed up. But this place, which is nice, but it's a lot more expensive than I'm used to. And I might just have to get used to that because stuff is expensive now. And it's bigger than I need. So there are 2 bedrooms here that I don't use. And I probably would be like shooting a movie here and entertaining people here if not for COVID, unfortunately. Like I have not seen, I've not had a human being over apart from one of the neighbors who was moving out and gave me a TV and a table and some chairs and a TV stand. Because I think he's probably moved out today, probably. But, like, I haven't had people over or anything. I'm kind of in a remote area anyway, so I don't know that I would be having people over, right? But, yeah, I don't really know what this current situation is not sustainable. I'm making very little money. And COVID took out what income like I had. Like, and YouTube's not paying anything these days. Like, there was a time when YouTube could make a few bucks, and I haven't done much with my YouTube. I don't know what to do with my YouTube. Not this YouTube, but I've got a YouTube called OCP Movie. And I don't know what to do with it anymore, I'm afraid. But it was making money for a while. In 2016, like September 2016, it was doing okay for a while. And now it's not. It's making like 40 bucks. 40 bucks a month, which is pathetic. In Los Angeles, my rent and storage is like $2,000 a month. So that's not great, and that's not sustainable. And COVID has made everything weird. So, sign up for my Patreon if you want to support what I'm doing. That's in the description. I don't know how interesting doing these streams is, but I thought I'd, say hi anyway. If you got any questions. I've been trying to stream this week. Because I don't know if people knew I was alive or whatever. Which sucks, because I do a lot of stuff. Like, I've been working very hard on a lot of projects, a lot of which didn't come out, so I get it. Like, if you look at my Patreon, a lot of times it does not seem like I'm doing very much. Like, my Patreon is not great, I'll admit that. Sign up for my Patreon, though. I could make it better. There's just not a lot to say a lot of times about what I'm doing, but I am doing stuff. I've just had a lot of projects that kind of fell apart. But I've also had projects this year, like film restoration projects, that I did finish and put out there. It was just like other projects that I was doing for other people. Unfortunately, had some issues. I was directing an animated film in 2019. Or was it 2020? Like, how long has this pandemic been going on? Was that 2020? God, I honestly don't remember anymore. Okay, so this is 2021. Wow, I'd have to look it up. But, yeah, I was directing an animated film, which the money stopped coming. I probably shouldn't talk about that. And I had a video game project which got canceled because I didn't have the people for it. And I was working on a possible movie that I wanted to make. Maybe that'll happen and maybe it won't. I was getting back to finishing a novel that I was writing a long time ago, like 2009. I was going to finally finish that novel. I don't know how exciting this stuff is, but there was stuff I was working on. But I also did a lot of film restoration projects like this year, which did happen. So, we got that going for us, right? The Mario Brothers restoration came out this year, which was supposed to be an official restoration. I was paid for it, and it was supposed to come out on American Blu-ray. But as it turns out, there's currently no plans for an American Blu-ray, and I kind of felt something in the wind that it wasn't happening, so, which turned out to be right, unfortunately. So I leaked it. I leaked the Mario Brothers restoration to Archive. And it got a lot of press. It was a big deal. But people called it like a fan edit or something, and it wasn't supposed to be a fan edit. It was supposed to be an official thing. But there were some disagreements, and it seemed like this Blu-ray wasn't going to happen. And it hasn't to date. Like, there are no plans for it. But you never know. But there was a Australian Blu-ray which did release like a version of the extended cut that I was editing of the Mario Brothers movie, but it was an unrestored version, and I was like, oh God, I was really pissed off about it because it wasn't my work. It was a transfer that I had asked be made from the VHS. But they said, oh yeah, this was kind of in the works before you were finished. And they just jumped the gun on it. They didn't wait. It was just timing, is what I was told. So, like, don't take it personally. It was just timing. Like, oh great. When I say oh great, I mean not great, but it was just one of those things. And here's an example of the auto dirt removal, removing the thief's hand. So, like, this is why I'm going frame by frame and checking it, because AI cannot, especially like older AI, because this is an old program. It was a expensive pro program in 2010 or whenever this version came out. But that was a long time ago. It just happened I still had the license, so I'm just doing it. But, as I said, I don't know how interesting this is, but if you got questions and whatnot, I'm here, and I've been around. I'm doing stuff, and I just kind of wanted to make myself more available and say hi and thank you for all the support over the years. Everybody who's watched these projects and been supportive of these projects. I don't mean like financially supportive, though some people were when we needed money back in the day, but I don't normally ask for money for these things. Although if you want to sign up for my Patreon, you can, but I just mean just being supportive by watching and talking about the stuff and not being weird and not being a dick, because some people, I catch myself complaining about this on these streams when I'm cranky, but I've definitely had like weirdo stalker people and trolls and this and that, but that's always like one guy out of hundreds or thousands of people who are being really nice and supportive. And none of the people who are mean can spell my name, so I sort of like, I don't know, like I used to worry about what they were saying about me on like these weird hate sites or whatever, but I was like, these people are like the dumbest people on the internet, like the haters. So like, and they don't really know anything about me. They don't know how to spell my name, and they just kind of make shit up about me and about like people in the YouTube sphere or whatever, like Doug Walker. And I just realized that these people are not like normal, I guess, and I don't really have to worry about it. What they think, because one thing I don't really care what they think. I don't think anybody cares what they think. I think that's why they're trolls. That's like the problem for them, is that they get weird about stuff because they want the attention. It's like, I don't really have to worry about what they think. They can kind of smear your name online, but they don't really. I don't know. It's weird though. I mean, Twitter gets weird about this stuff, and I try not to worry about it, but yeah. Like I did just have a stream in 2013 when I was working on this the first time, and we had trolls one day, and it was bad. It was just like slurs in the chat and just racism in the chat for no reason. And I don't know what their deal is. I think they're just not cool. I think they just want to say racial slurs. And you know, they're probably 15. But I don't know. I don't like care about their opinions of things. I shouldn't be talking about this. But you know what I mean, if you have to deal with that. I don't know. I was at a server, and I was asking, why do I have to put up with this? And someone was saying, well, it's because you're a public figure. I said, really? So I don't have the money that like a famous person makes. You just mean that I've done something on the internet that you've heard of. And they're like, oh, you got to expect harassment if you're a public figure. I'm like, wait, why? Like, this is your choice here. I think you just don't know how to behave, you know? And I'm 40, so I don't know what kids are talking about anyway, if they're being weird. But it scared me for a while, I guess. I think, like, Twitter gets... I haven't had this problem so much on Twitter, but it's something that we're all kind of dealing with to an extent, is just how Twitter and whatnot opens you up to people who are just looking to make trouble for no reason. It was like, you know, what did I ever do? I sat on my butt for 3 years or for 8 years to make a film restoration. And people want to be weird about it. I don't know what that's about, other than jealousy that someone was willing to work hard for a while. Because it's not like I got like money and fame and success off of doing little film restorations. I'm still very broke, and I don't really know. I hope you're all doing well in the pandemic. I know it's tough right now. Personally, I don't know how I'm going to get through all of this. As I was saying, my current lifestyle is more expensive than I'm used to and is unsustainable. Like for me, I don't know how I'm going to make that money. Unless my Patreon or YouTube starts doing a lot better than it's doing. Which seems unlikely, but or I get like a proper job in the industry somehow. But it's a little scary, but I hope you're hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing my best. I think the thing with trolls too is like I figure they're young and they're just kind of talking shit and they'll probably grow out of it. So I just kind of leave them alone. And I hope they do grow out of it. Like I don't know who they are, so if they wanna, if they wanna grow up, they can grow up. But yeah, I hope we don't get. Yeah, Why am I cleaning up the screen cap? We're doing a new version of the movie. Maybe I should actually put this up. I can put this on. I'll write down what I'm doing. How's that? I'm restoring some scenes a little bit for a new version that we're putting out, which is going to be the recobbled 4.2. Maybe it shouldn't be the 4.2. I think I was putting 4-2 there. But we're here with Knuckles, and I thought there's a Dutch animator called Dennis Van Hout. I don't know why the same person has two accounts here, but there's a Danish animator. Is that Dutch animator? The Netherlands, whatever. Sorry, I'm sorry, Dennis. I think I might not be saying this correctly. There's a fella called Dennis Van Hout who has animated 2 new shots for the movie, and I wanted to actually put them into the movie and credit him because I thought they were pretty good. So I also realized that if I'm going to do a new version of the movie, I should actually do a little more work on it that I didn't do back in 2013, September 2013, when this originally came out. September 17th. 10th and 17th, 2013 was the original recobbled release. But because we've got these 2 new shots, I feel like I'm just answering the same questions with these little streams that I'm doing. But I wanted to say hi and thank you all for the support over the years. And I'm doing just some new restoration of certain scenes, but mainly the War Machine sequence, which I wouldn't have to do really if we had like a good HD scan of Princess and the Cobbler or Arabian Night, which were the like released versions of the film. But oh well, we don't. So I'm just going through and doing a little more restoration this month. I hope you, on Thursday I'm going to be talking to the members of the Raggedy Ann Revival Project. We'll be doing a little chat show, I think. Who were in the chat. I don't think I've gone back to have dinner or whatever. But we're probably going to be doing a chat on Thursday. But I just wanted to stream a little and say hi while I'm working on this. And hope everybody's surviving the pandemic all right. But yeah, I'm just cleaning up these scenes in Photoshop with a little PF Clean. Also is in the mix, but PF Clean is not working that well. Well, I say that, but actually this PF Clean frame was pretty good. This is just a combination of Photoshop and PF Clean, and I'm just cleaning up some of these scenes a little bit to make this partial update a little more special for you. It's been a while. But I also did, the last year I did the Raggedy Ann and the Super Mario Brothers movie restorations also, so that was a thing. That happened and occurred. So we got that going for us. And right now I've got a list of frames that I want to do something with. And we're going to do something with it. Do a little more cleanup. And it's never going to be perfect. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. But I am here to answer questions and whatever, if there are any. I did an 8-hour question and answer session the other day, and the questions I'm getting are usually the same questions. So I guess you can watch that if you need questions answered, but you feel free. We'll be checking the chat. And hopefully this is interesting. I don't know what I'm doing with my main YouTube channel either right now, so I'm not sure. And hello ladder. Hi Ronnie, hope all is well with you and with the Ragdolly team. Who I'll be talking to on Thursday, probably. We've got something penciled in where we're going to do like a chat show on Thursday with the Raggedy Ann and Andy Musical Revival team. And that's not something I've done before. I haven't done like a live chat show before with someone else. I did do a non-live chat show with David Scott Jr. last year, which I haven't released. And I might do a live one with him too, but yeah. A friend of mine from New York. We did a chat show pilot, which I haven't edited and released because there's a lot of. Right now, I've got like a to-do list, which is unwieldy and has a lot of stuff that I haven't done. Some of which is like more important than that would be. So, like there's stuff I think about all the time and have been thinking about for a long time that I haven't done. But this has been, in theory, this was supposed to be this like pandemic. I was in a position where I got some help to do what I'm doing. See these flies, that's very subtle. You don't want to lose that in your restoration, but like that's pretty subtle. I got a lot of help, but in theory this pandemic, this time, I was kind of supposed to be healing and getting better and recuperating. And I don't think that has happened. I have been feeling better lately, but I'm kind of old and tired. I think more than I should be at my age. And I've always said that, like, I'm allergic to California, and I have a sinus issue, a deviated septum, which I was going to have surgery for in January, which got canceled. It was a nightmare. It all got canceled because of the COVID spike over the holidays, after the holidays, was really out of control, and I could just see our local healthcare system here in LA County crushed under the weight of that, and so they canceled everything on me. When I'd been preparing for this for months. But at the last minute, it was pretty clear that it wasn't happening, because all these places were saying, oh, you've got to get a COVID test before you can come in, but you can't get a COVID test anywhere in LA County today, right now, and we haven't gotten our deliveries in, and there's just too much demand, and it was just this huge disaster, right? So that's rescheduled now. So I got that going for me. So I'm going to finally have that sinus surgery, which should help me breathe better in California. Like, I always had trouble with the dusty air of California, but more so in like breathing and sleeping. And it caused some issues, like I didn't have the energy that I should have had. And I wasn't sleeping as well as I should have, I think. And I'm hoping that this will have a good effect, but it's something that I wanted to have done since like 2008 when I was here the first time. So we'll see how this goes now, I guess. I figure I might as well stream now, and then I might be recovering from a minor surgery at the end of the month. That's a little personal. I don't know how much I should be saying, but yeah, I was supposed to get deviated septum taken care of. Hopefully that'll make a difference to my breathing and my sleeping. Because I have been tired, and I don't think I've taken advantage of this year as much as I should have. I don't think I've figured out what I'm doing with my career from this point on very well. But what I have done, you can see I'm changing the geometry here. I'm warping it to match this other frame. So that this will be a smoother cut. It's a lot of work to do just for one frame, but it'll be a smoother edit when I'm done. I've done a lot of these. And I did clean up most of the film back in 2013, but after a certain point I did stop. And so there was always like this kind of unfinished business about the War Machine scene in particular that I was like, I guess I'll go back and do a little more. And that little more has turned into a lot more. I don't know to what extent I should bother, like, that people are even going to notice. It's weird what people do and don't notice. Like, I don't know. People were bringing up stuff about the edit that I don't know what they're talking about. But I think people usually don't notice. But certainly the Thief and the War Machine scene is not in great shape. Well, thank you. God bless the people involved in this project. Hope you have a chance to finalize. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know about finalizing, but you know, one lives in hope. Here's what I'm gonna say, though. The live chat that I'm looking at on my phone is not updating. So that's stupid. But I am checking it in my Chrome browser also, so I'll keep up on it. looks like this is a little weird too, so we're going to do what we do. 776. So what I'm sort of doing now is I'm going to check. It's wobbling back and forth because this is at a cut, so I'm just going to move this into match what it should be. We'll see how that goes. I'm also going to get something to drink again. It's going to be iced tea. How's everybody doing? How are you all doing? I'll be back in a second. Yeah, I'm just going to get some to drink real quick. But on Thursday, we should be talking to the Raggedy Ann Revival Effort. You can join me on Thursday. Do we need a discussion question for the 6 people in chat, or the 7, 9 people in chat? I'm getting conflicting views. 8. My phone says 6, and YouTube says 9. So we got that going for us. What I might do is add some like different text, and I'll just sort of cycle through it. Like that feels like something that I could do. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. But I don't know if you can see that. do that. I'm going to change this font too. I'm going to change this font to Kefa. Well, I remember, because that's like that's the official recobbled cut font there. Isn't that nice? No, I don't think it can be finished. Sorry, I get this question a lot. And it's a complicated question. It's a long discussion, and yeah, I discussed this like on the last stream, and I don't know if I want to go into that right now, but it's complicated. But how y'all doing? Right now I'm trying to match geometry a little. I should have actually paid attention to what I was just doing, because I need to do it a little less than I just did. 0.48. 0.48 is too much, I guess. It's close, but it's a little too much. So we're going to try again. Distort. 0.48. Maybe 0.32. So how about that? 0.32. That's probably pretty close. So I'm trying to, match the distortion here to undistort it based on what the other frames look like, because it is distorting right now. I'll just kind of match it like that, and I'll delete some of the little bits of dirt. We'll do it that way. But no, unless you have like $1 million or a few $1 million, this film is not getting finished by anybody. And I think people get a little too enthusiastic about that sometimes when they don't have those resources, and I don't have those resources, and these resources are not really gonna appear. It is what it is. We gotta slow our roll a little, I'm afraid. Unless, I have like jokingly said, if you do have $1 million, you want me to finish this film? Well, first of all, I don't know if I could do that without getting in trouble, like if I could get away with it, but it might be better to do something else. But you can DM me. You can do it secretly if you get $1 million. But no, I don't think anybody's got $1 million. I don't have $1 million. So, yeah. And I don't want teenagers to be fucking around with this movie, like on YouTube or DeviantArt. I mean, it's a free country. They can do what they want. I just don't. I don't think it's good. If you're just kind of messing around in an amateur way. I mean, maybe you're So that, fuck, I think I went too far. That was pretty good, but I went too far with it. I don't know exactly what happened, but it's not great. So 0.36. Is this might be a case where I've got to start distorting it higher. So like more like here. And here's when we'll start distorting it, okay? Which will be like a 0.38 or something like that. Or not, as the case may be. I thought it was a negative. I don't think, okay, 0.51. I guess. Negative 51. Huh. Okay, so that's about right. That's also a little dark. It gets a little wonky around this part, but whatever. Well, maybe I shouldn't say whatever. Maybe I should fix that for real. Okay, that's dumb. I don't know why you're asking that. I'm gonna delete that. It's probably about right. Or not. It's a little dark. This frame is a little dark. I'm gonna do an automatic Photoshop action. And this automatic Photoshop action applies like a checkerboard pattern to this, so I can kind of see if it's too dark or if it's too white. So I'm looking at two different frames kind of checkerboarded together so that I can maybe fix it a little. I can see that that's closer. It's probably not going to be perfect, but it's closer in brightness now. And now I'm gonna like erase some of this frame. So I can erase like these things. Now we're getting into weird territory because there's some subtle stuff that you don't actually want to erase, which in this case would be like the thief's flies, right? So I'm going to try and be cognizant of that and not actually erase the flies, but yes, erase some other stuff. We'll see how that goes for us. We sort of okay. can see I've accidentally erased too much around here, and I can just put that back with the other color. And I'm just going to keep checking kind of what looks the shittiest. I'll just kind of erase that and match it to the other frame. And this other frame below that I'm erasing to reveal is a combination of two frames, which I would do that because there's less grain if you do that, and it looks a little more generic. Which is what I want if I'm sort of reusing a frame. I don't want it to stand out. See, I did that wrong. I do sort of want to erase this a little more to let more of this show through. I can't do it in this area, so that should about do it. Our result looks a bit like that. I can do a little more like line removal, I guess. Like I'm just going to go in a little more. And sort of erase the dark line a little, even though the end result is going to be a little fuzzier, a little messier. I'll just delete some of that problem areas. And that'll about do us. Let me look for anywhere else that's kind of like that. Okay. And that'll finish that shot, I think. That's what I was doing. My chair is squeaking and my eye is itching. So I got that going for me. I think we've got 18 likes. Click that like button. In the other stream, someone asked me what recent animated films I thought were good. And I should have said Klaus, and I didn't say Klaus. I've talked about Klaus before. But at that point in time, I did not say Klaus, and I should have said Klaus, folks. I guess Green Eggs and Ham is returning to Netflix. I didn't see Green Eggs and Ham, but that's coming back. For those of you who eat ham. I have some bacon in the fridge that I haven't done anything with. I've been having some salad and fruit the last few days. Trying to eat it before it goes bad. So I got that going for me. I've got a tablet in front of me, and I'm not using it very much, so I just kind of have this tablet awkwardly wedged in front of me because it's easier to use the mouse for a lot of things. And one of the things that it's easier to use the mouse for is comparing frames, like clicking back and forth between different frames or different versions of a frame. So I'm doing a lot of that right now. And that's so that I can spot dirt that needs removal, or places where too much has been removed also, which does happen. And I've also been sort of stopping and restarting Photoshop so that Photoshop doesn't slow down to the point where I'm frustrated with it, which has been happening. And I've also shut off my face camera because of that. Because even though I do have a streaming setup here that I'd like to use for face cam, I've got like this backdrop behind me right now. And I don't know if you can hear my upstairs neighbors, but I sure can. That keeps me up at night. But it was really getting frustrating how bad the Photoshop performance was starting to get. Unfortunately. So I'm shutting off my face cam for now, and Photoshop runs a lot faster without the face cam on, obviously. But we will be turning that back on Thursday at the very least, when I'll be talking to the Raggedy Ann Revival Effort out there. I think I'll shut off the text about that for now, but I'm going to type and Q&A so that if anyone shows up here with questions that I feel like answering, I'll do that. And I guess sometimes I won't want to answer certain questions, but I will try for the most part. Okay. One thing I'm going to do too, I'm going to make sort of a generic frame. I'm going to combine a few different frames together to make a sort of generic frame that I'm going to use to fix. Oh no, I can't do that actually. I've got to just do this from this. It does turn. Well, I'll see what I can do. But this is just, it's like a jump frame. It's like a blur frame. So I'm going to figure out what I can do about that. This frame is jumping because this is a work print, so there was a splice at this point. So we have the problem with the frame jumping in place a bit, unfortunately. And so I'm going to try and match this frame and what's happening in it. I don't know how interesting this is. It's pretty tedious. But if you do have any questions, I may answer them. Look at the chat. And, I've got another YouTube account which has, I think, 66,000 subscribers, something like that. And like 36 million channel views, something like that. I don't know what to do with it anymore. It's kind of dedicated to the She-Hulk film, the feature, the no budget She-Hulk movie I made in 2007, which is quite a long time ago now. So I don't really know what to do with it anymore. This is 50-55. 55 is too much, I guess. 55 isn't right. So we're gonna 34. 34. How's 34 doing? 34 is about right, but it's too tall. I'm trying to get this right. I'm trying to stretch this. It's not quite right, but it's close. So that sort of stretched it to be a little better, but we've also got the fact that it's stretched in the first place, which really shows here. I don't know. We'll probably get away with it, but I'm going to check the other frame, which is going to be clearer. And I'll probably have to use the other frame to sort of fix this frame. We'll see how that goes. It's one of those things. We had a lot of questions in one of these streams, and then maybe not so much now. One does try to be accessible. That's interesting, because this needs a little stretching, I guess. Like, this needs a little stretching. It's odd but true. So, something like that. Or not? I don't know. That's not great regardless, but no, that's not going to work at all. But what? But the bottom needs to be stretched, right? It needs to be stretched from like about this point. Not the whole frame, but you gotta stretch the bottom a little bit. This is going into a lot more detail than I probably should be doing. See, that's too much. But you do sort of want to, I do want to stretch like the very bottom. That starts to get into trouble. Especially if you do it too much. And this needs to be brighter. Also, so we're going to do this. I am aware of Dane. At the time I heard about Dane, I wasn't able to, as far as I knew, I wasn't able to run it on my system, and I still think I can't. But I did ask someone else to do some work with Dane. I don't think Dane can work on hand-drawn animation for obvious reasons. And I think it's better than like the old version of After Effects that I have for this sort of like frame interpolation. But I don't think it's that much better. I don't think it's like a quantum leap forward. And I've tried to use it on things, and I don't know. It's one of those things like everything with AI. It's a lot. It's good on like live action, but it's not going to be able to do much with animation. And even what it can do with live action was very limited as far as I was concerned. Like, better than After Effects, but like the old After Effects CS6. But the stuff that it's good at is stuff that After Effects was also good at. So it was a little bit like, I don't want to say unnecessary, but a little bit predictable rather than groundbreaking. But it, I mean, animation, it's not going to be able to really do for what should be obvious reasons. I hope people get that. It is interesting. It's superior to other frame interpolation I've seen, and I have used it for things, but I was also having trouble with it because I was like going back and forth with someone who was doing it and like it was spitting out compressed MP4s, which had a different color space than I needed and stuff like that. But I have done a few projects with Dane actually. But you can't really do animation with it because animation is too complex, but that's also true of a lot of film restoration stuff. Like people ask me about film restoration, and I have done live action film restoration too as a hobby, but that's easier, and the tech is easier, you know. I guess would be my statement on that. Easier to deal with. But I do think it's impressive in some ways. I was hoping for more from it, and I think with a lot of this, I've been doing a lot of experiments with AI tech of late, like a lot of AI experimentation, and in a lot of cases it was all really interesting, but maybe not ready to showcase in the way that you'd want it to be. Hello, I'm Not Bad TV, the Jessica Rabbit site, as I recall. Any real plans for recobbled cut 4.2 aside from restoring the War Machine sequence? Yes, but not very much. It will have 2 new animated shots by Dennis Van Hout, and I've done other restoration in the second half of the film. Anything HD that's in the second half of the film, I've done some work on, but just a little bit of work. It's not been like a huge situation. But I've been experimenting with a lot of AI stuff, and someone asked me about like upscaling, and I don't think upscaling tech is there yet either, which is a shame because I think upscaling tech could have a big effect on these things. Someone did do a 720p upscaled Arabian Night, I think over at MySpleen. I shouldn't say that out loud. That was not up to my standards, to be honest. Like it's not their fault, but the tech was erasing some of the actual animation lines and details, like Tack's, I think Tack's hair, stuff like that, would just be gone in a way that was not acceptable to me. I mean, it was interesting experiment, but I've done a lot of AI experiments recently, which in the last couple of years, which were always interesting, but a lot of times it was like stuff that I don't know if this could actually be a project yet. Like the tech is almost there, but not quite. You know that feeling of But I did pioneer, I say this a lot because but I did pioneer the use of EB synth in colorization. I did a thing on my channel that was all about that. On my, I think my main channel. Might have been my secondary channel, but I think it was my main channel. Discussing that. And now that's pretty popular. People use EB synth for colorization, and that was tech that had just kind of just came out. And I wanted to turn people on to it, so to speak. That's not a great way to speak, but I wanted to get people in various fandoms to start using it because I thought it'd be good for it. It wasn't designed for colorization, but it became pretty clear that you could do it. I was like, yeah, I think I can do this. So I did that. I did some Bonzo Dog Band colorizations with AI, and I did a bunch of other AI tests for stuff which like hasn't come out, or which was like a test which wasn't really practical to finish with. And it's interesting, and there's a lot of AI tech that was coming out like the last couple of years that is interesting, but I don't know if it's there yet, you know? So it becomes that sort of, you're thinking about it, but not, maybe not practical yet for your results. But Dane is better. I mean, it's better than frame interpolation software has been. But it's still not quite there yet. I remember I wanted to use Dane on Assaulted Nuts, my restoration of a TV show called Assaulted Nuts, which I'm still, like, not a very good TV show, but it was something I wanted to search for and find, and I still haven't found the episodes with Emma Thompson, so I'm still looking for those, which were more obscure and harder to find. Because all the episodes I found I got from the actress who was in 6 of the episodes, Elaine Hausman. But the episodes that Emma Thompson was in, I can't find. I don't know if she has them. I could ask if anybody knows Emma Thompson and wants to see a show that she was would probably be embarrassed by now. A sketch comedy show on Cinemax in the 80s. I was trying to track it down because I do that. I do film searching for. Hello, Lyric Near again. Hi. But I think most AI, like for film restoration, certainly, and stuff like that. I do film restoration. But that works a lot better for live action. Live action is a lot more predictable and doesn't have like the human touch to it that animation does. And just on a practical level, you're dealing with stuff like line art, which is just not what these restoration softwares are built around, because it'll actually look like dirt to them and be a problem. It's harder to deal with. Like I don't think I would be doing like a work by hand, or not a lot of work by hand anyway, if this were live action. I think you could do a lot more like AI and auto stuff. Because the layers are locked. What? I don't like your questions. I'm just gonna, I think these are dumb. Okay. When can we expect the comparison video to be released? I don't care. When I'm done, I guess. So, I'm sort of still doing this. And I'm behind schedule because the animator Dennis Van Hout, who did 2 new shots for this version, he just turned in not the final, but like a preview of the final version, which is it is final of like the second shot that he's doing. So I'm behind schedule. Like I should actually be getting some shit done. So I'm gonna try. Seeing these, Groovy Jake, Adventure Master, I think, says, seeing these individual frames just keeps reminding me how insane it is that this was done all on cells at such a high frame rate. Yeah, welcome to animation. It's a lot of work. Hand-drawn animation is a lot of work. And I think that level of work that's put into animation has traditionally been underappreciated. Because people think of it as kids stuff or whatever. And ain't that some shit, you know? Okay, so I'm gonna do something right now which is like a cheat. I'm gonna try and make this one frame look like the other frame. I've been doing that a little bit in this sequence. Cheating a little bit, because we are on 2s. So I'm sort of just doing these thing that basically turns one frame into a different frame. Although now that I'm doing this, I am noticing some issues, which I'm just going to paint out a little more. But basically, I am using differencing techniques to sort of turn one frame into another frame, like this. See, I'm using part of the other frame over this frame, which has the effect of removing differences between them. Because otherwise, there were differences between them. Animation like this was a lost art then. Yes, it's definitely unfortunate. Well, the whole thing with The Thief, should I get into this, was that animation was becoming a lost art at the time, and Dick was trying to preserve it and teach the next generation by learning from the last generation. And this was also true at Disney at the time, because like Milt Kahl and Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston were still around. but there was a period where people kind of didn't, the younger generations hadn't been animating at that higher quality, or the older generation hadn't been animating at a very high quality for a long time. So in like the 50s and 60s and 70s, standards outside of Disney, and 80s even, were much lower. So there was this push at Richard Williams' studio, and also inwardly, internally at Disney in like the early 80s, to pass on this, but Dick was doing it first, to pass on this knowledge from the older generations of the time to the younger animator. Before it was too late. And it very nearly was, because Art Babbitt was very old at the time when he was teaching and passing that on. And but because of that, Dick Williams had a much bigger impact on the industry than he would have otherwise, because he was learning from the older generation and passing that information on. If that makes sense. But yes, I think people outside of the animation world, people who aren't animators, they think animation is a lot easier to do than it is. And that's true of all filmmaking, of course. Like, people really underestimate the craft and skill and that goes into filmmaking in general, but animation especially so. It's just underestimated. People think like it's kid stuff that just kind of happens and is dumb and is not the same as, whereas, you know, animation can be the most work-intensive form of filmmaking in some ways, and yeah, I think people also underestimate, like I was saying before, people get kind of excited about the idea that this film might get finished, which is not going to happen, I don't think, because it would take money that you don't have, and that I don't have, and that the people who do have money would not do that. I was going to say the people who do have money in our society are bastards, and that is usually true, but perhaps an oversimplification on this lonely night in Vegas. Nick Murata says, I saw the recently uploaded Princess Rose's scene, and I'm super impressed at his process. Dennis Van Hout did a wonderful job on that sequence. And he's really the only person I've ever seen who really properly tackled reanimating the Thief and the Cobbler, obviously. But it took months, and it was just for a portion of a scene which was otherwise already animated. So it's not easy to do. Like, you would need $1 million budget to really do new animation for this film, which is why it's not going to happen, because you can't do that without drawing attention to yourself, I guess. And I don't have $1 million, and if I did have $1 million, I'd probably do something different with it, because I was a filmmaker. Probably will be again. I've had a bunch of film projects and creative projects, like a video game project, an animated film project, and a web series, and this and that sort of didn't get released and finished in the last few years. And there's a lot of stuff I've done that just sort of was like 10 years of creative work that just kind of fell down the memory hole and nobody saw it. So yeah, but I think I'll be back, hopefully, eventually. I think I'll return to the the sea. Excuse me. At some point. So I'm just checking this dirt removal, and I think the only thing this dirt removal actually did in this frame is delete the thief's foot, which obviously is not good. So this is why dirt removal does not cope with animation. Like, there's a lot of elements here that just would confuse an AI, because there's a lot happening. And, you know, I can't tell the difference between stuff that's supposed to be there and stuff that isn't supposed to be there. Especially like the version of PF Clean that I had for this is the same one from the older Recobbled cut, so it's like from 2010, I think, probably. So, older program. Can't expect too much. But yeah, as I've said, I originally went to film school and trained as a filmmaker, and I made a lot of no-budget films. Film restoration and stuff like this was stuff I just did on the side as a hobby, and still is just a hobby, really. And I'd like to get back into filmmaking. It's just harder when I don't have money and when nobody has money around me. It's tough because you don't have really people who can help. But I have been working on some stuff in the background, which will hopefully turn into something before too long. But it's been tricky, all things considered. And this is another case that we're just, we're looking at frames where there was a splice, like in the middle of a shot in this work print, and so it's visibly blurred vertically. Like this is just jumping up. And what I'm going to try and do is, I may be able to fix the blur, like elements, if there's elements of this in other frames. Sometimes there isn't. But like the background or this or that. But I'm also going to put this, fix the geometry of this, probably resize it in a very specific way, but also you can see that it's shorter than it should be. And there's like a double imaging effect. So I'm going to stretch it in this case, although that's not exactly what I should be doing, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stretch it to match this. And you also get you can see a bit of another frame at just at the top there. And sometimes I actually use those slivers. I'm not going to use them this time. But sometimes I cut those slivers off and put them on the other frame. Because I'm like that. I'm just going to stretch this to... It's really hard to tell what you're doing when you're doing this, because it's not... The preview that Photoshop gives is not quite accurate to what's actually going to happen. So it's a pain because it takes me a little trial and error to figure it out exactly. But okay, so it's like 102 and 0.07. That's probably a little much. It's close, but it's a little much. I don't know. That might be a little much. But I've remembered what I did. 2.07. We're going to do a little less than we did last time. Hopefully that'll be better. Might have been a little too much to the left. Whatever. Probably overthinking it. And that's still going to be all warped and messy. Because it was actually double imaging rather than just a simple assignment. And we also have, there's a little line here because of what I just did with the stretching. I'm going to erase that line a little. There's like a line in the transparency in the alpha channel, which got a little bad because of what I stretched out before. But anyway, so this should roughly match what it's supposed to be-ish. And then I'll check it against the frames to the left and right of me later, and I should be able to get a little more, get a little closer to what we're supposed to be doing. If I remember. I might be getting into the stage with these things where you get a little forgetful. Actually, this is going to have to be stretched too, isn't it? I'm starting to do this, but it's not quite right. Can I get an F in chat for having to actually deal with this? But it's a pain. Like these splices, you have a couple frames which are blurry to the point of almost being unusable, and you've got these slightly warped frames that you don't want to deal with, or that I don't want to deal with. But it does make a difference when it doesn't jump on every cut. So I'll put up with it. But I will have to remember to come back to that frame once I've done this. Because this is also bad, probably. This is also going to be a little warped. And it's in the wrong place, isn't it? This is super tedious. Yes, it is super tedious. And didn't pay anything. So yeah. or get me anywhere in my own filmmaking career. So yeah, kind of a little thankless, but I am glad that people were supportive of the project and stuff like that. But yeah, very tedious work, I'm afraid. And thankless. And a lot of the other restoration projects I've done are not as well known as this was also. So there's that. But like this I think was one of the few projects that developed a fandom and was as popular. Like it certainly exceeded my beliefs of what I thought would happen. I thought only I would be interested in this originally, and that's not what happened. Like there were a lot of people interested in this, so that I appreciate. But that's also sort of the only reward for this. There wasn't really a reward at the end of the rainbow. It's just like more. I get to do more tedious stuff if I want, if I can stand it. Like on the Raggedy Ann work was also tedious, and that's about it. So it's tough. I don't want to complain too much, but support me on Patreon so I can do my own stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It feels like such a punk thing to say. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the reward would have been for having done this, but one does at least want credit. Credit isn't too much to ask after 8 years. And some people get really pissed off rather than give you credit. Like there are lots of like Thief and the Cobbler YouTube accounts like that now. That just don't want to give credit, and they'll throw kind of a hissy fit about it. I don't say anything because I'm not, but I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if someone was saying something about it. Like, oh, Garrett Gilchrist worked on that for a long time. So, I think people think film restoration is like as easy as just uploading it, to YouTube. I think like Steve Stanchfield does a lot of film restoration of Thunder Bean animation, and I see his stuff on YouTube like uploaded by someone else all the time without credit. It's like I don't know if people like don't know to support the people who are actually doing the restorations, and they really should, because it's the people uploading this stuff to YouTube are not the people doing the restorations. And this stuff doesn't get done without the people who actually do the restorations. And that's significant. And I don't think Steve is going to put Raggedy Ann out again. At least not right now. And he's working on a lot of stuff. And it feels thankless a lot of times to do the kind of stuff that I do. TBH. Not to be like, woe is me, but it can feel very, very thankless. And I've sometimes said that at the time that I'm doing these restorations, it feels like nobody's interested. And then like 10 years later, there's a fandom for it, and they don't know who I am. I was saying this for Raggedy Ann, because Raggedy Ann was like this, where it was like, at the time that we were researching the Raggedy Ann Broadway musical, there was like no Raggedy Ann fandom of young people. And the people who are in the fandom now, I don't think were even like born then, in some cases. Yeah, which is wild. Like when Vinny Ritol, who's really struggling, by the way, apparently, he was saying he's living out of his car right now. Which sucks. I wish I could do something for him. And I asked him to email me and like say like maybe I could ask people to donate or something. But when we were first researching the Raggedy Ann musical, nobody cared. And on Thursday, I'm going to talk to the Raggedy Ann Revival Effort, because that's like this new fandom that has sprung up in the last few years, like out of nowhere. That's like young people, a lot of whom were not born yet when I was doing the first recobbled cut, and even when I was doing like the later stuff, like 20 years ago and 15 years ago, even 17 years ago. But like a lot of the stuff I'm just doing because it's rare, and I'm interested in it, and I think that I could make other people interested in it, maybe. But you just sort of have to accept that maybe no one will be. But yeah, I'm finding like that there is a fandom years later, you know, which is cool. It's kind of vindicating. You sort of want that appreciation maybe at the time, because it would help just on alleviating the boredom, you know? And also, people, I don't know how to be like successful with my YouTube channel or with my Patreon. I hate to say that, but it's like it's a hard thing to know how to pull that off and to connect with people. I've said before, and I think this is a little bit too like complainy. I shouldn't be complaining, because people have been supportive. But I've said that the stuff that I've done, like I've introduced people to stuff like Thief and the Cobbler that they wouldn't have known about otherwise, and that stuff then has a fandom, and that if but it's not stuff that like I can take credit for, or that people associate with me. Even like there will be a fandom for something that only people only know about because of me, and like I'll log in and say hi and be like, who's this guy? Years later. But like, who the hell? And I've said that like if I had a fandom, if people kind of connected the dots, like any fandom that exists because of my restoration work or whatever, if people kind of connected the dots there, then I think I'd be very successful. Because YouTube fame is really weird, and I don't get why people are successful or unsuccessful on YouTube usually. And I have a reasonably successful YouTube channel that I don't know what to do with anymore. But like I don't think people really, at least on a day-to-day basis, there's not a lot of reaction to anything that I'm doing. And I think what I'm doing is cool. And when you're a creative on the internet, you need attention, because attention is like money. Like, that's the only way you're surviving. Like, if people are noticing what you're doing, then that kind of makes sense as a model for how to live your life. But if people aren't noticing, then what are you doing, basically? It's not great. So getting people to notice what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis is not something that has been working out, I guess, in the way that I would like of late. And sometimes I'm like, well, you'll probably dig this eventually. Like, I don't know. You'll probably notice what I'm up to here eventually, but in the meantime, it feels pretty lonely to be working on this stuff. And The Thief and the Cobbler was the Cobbled Cat was one of the few times that the reaction to it was really huge, and was bigger than I expected, where I think people took it in the spirit that it was intended. And that was all very nice. But usually it's not like that. Usually I'm just like doing stuff. And I think if you I've said this, if you like, I wish my Patreon was better, like that I had more to talk about, because there's I'm doing stuff every day, and I've been doing this sort of stuff every day for 30 years. Which is, going back to when I was a kid, but like, if you go back 20 years, for sure, and 25 years and 30 years, I've been doing this stuff a long time. And it sometimes just publicly feels like I'm not doing anything. And I think that, like, people are like, oh, you're alive? We thought you weren't active and this and that. It's like, it's because I'm not doing just one thing. So I think people who are doing a lot less than I am, who just do one thing and put it in one place, I think that's a lot better for the internet, unfortunately. I think I'm doing a lot of interesting things, but sometimes it's like impossible to get any attention for them, especially with the way, I mean, this is cliched to say, but with the way the algorithms are, makes it very impossible. Because they'll throttle you. I don't know. If you're creative, you already know this, but excuse me. See, I didn't nap, and I think my body is doing little sneezy things. It's like acting like I'm a little sick because I didn't nap, and I'm just doing this instead. But if you're a creative, and you post a YouTube link on Twitter, I was saying this the other day, but if you're posting a YouTube link on Twitter, it'll hide that in the algorithm. And if you're posting it on Facebook, it'll hide that in the algorithm. Or if you're posting your Patreon, it'll hide that in your algorithm. And I don't do that anyway. I don't do a lot of self-promotion to begin with. But if I did, it's like nobody's going to see it. It's like, oh crap. So what do you do? What do you do when the algorithm is against creatives. And so I think we're all kind of frustrated. All creatives are kind of frustrated. And YouTube, I haven't done much with my YouTube, and I don't know what to do with my YouTube these days because it was reasonably popular, like a reasonable amount of subscribers. But when I try to do something new on it, like there's no reaction, and it's dedicated to the old She-Hulk movie that I made in 2007, because that was like what originally I put on YouTube. And the Doctor Who animation project also that I had back then, to a much lesser extent, was also there and stuff like that. And I don't know what I would put on it now, and I don't know what people would expect me to put on it now, but when I do put something new up, it doesn't do well. So I don't know what I'm doing. Like when I do, like, I don't know. I don't have that much to, I guess, show on that channel, because it was like for me it was like a movie making channel, so I needed like different channels for different stuff. And that was a movie making channel, and I haven't been doing enough movie making in a long time. At least not stuff I would put on that channel. Like I did some web series and stuff, which I got to do a little more with. And maybe I've got something here and there. But I don't know that I'd go back to like the old She-Hulk movie footage. That was a long time ago. There is stuff that I could do, but that feels like a step backwards at this point. So that was a long time ago. There is stuff I could edit from that project, but that's kind of going backwards, and I don't know anymore. But when I do put something up, like, I don't know, I did like some Nintendo hacks. I did like an Elvira Nintendo game. What was the thing that I did for Halloween? I thought that was fun, actually. But I don't think the algorithm agreed. So I don't know sometimes. I think, sorry to be complainy, but this is something that I think all creatives struggle with to an extent. Like, and YouTube was weird this year. Something fucky is going on with YouTube anyway. And I'm not using my YouTube much to begin with. But YouTube was pretty fucky this year for a lot of those. I'll be back in a second. Here's a question. Do you still have the file of the original Mark I of the recobbled cut? I have a little bit of it. Every time I've tried to find the Mark I recobbled cut file, I think all those discs that I have anyway, and the Mark I was barely released, or the Mark 0 or whatever. I think it was the Mark I then. All those discs are corrupt. Like, all those discs are damaged that I have. Like, I don't have, like, but I have a little bit of it. And I saved like a portion of Reel 1 of the recobbled Mark I. And I think I probably have Mark II and 3 somewhere. Like, I think I backed those up recently. I was backing a lot of stuff up recently. And not just, but I was backing up a lot of my old stuff. I set up a room dedicated to archiving VHS and Video 8 and High 8 and Digital 8 and Mini DV. And I just did that for a few months last year. So I got that going for me. Because I used to make amateur movies a long time ago, and this is so long ago. Most of my stuff was so long ago. Like, even She-Hulk was like 2007 8 and 9, and that's a long time ago now. But that was much later than this stuff, because I started in 1993 and 1996, and then more heavily in like 99, and then film school in 2001, 2002, 2003. Like I made a movie called Gods of Los Angeles, which was kind of just about being socially awkward, I guess, in Los Angeles. And it was like a drama about these characters and about the relationship I was in at the time, which we shot on mini DV, and it took like three to 5 years. But so I was backing up stuff like that, but it was a long time ago. And I'd love to have like more recent filmmaking stuff to talk about, because that I've had a few projects which kind of fell apart or aren't properly released or this or that more recently. And that stuff is so old that I don't really want to have to still answer questions about or promote it. But it's all stuff like, that was my film school. I went to film school at USC, but like just making movies back in the day was my film school. And that technology was so primitive back then, just absurdly primitive back then. So I don't know that I would even show that stuff now, although, it's out there if you know what to look for. Some of it anyway. But I made like 12 features that were like no budget video features back then, and wrote a lot of screenplays and stuff like that. And so I've got this kind of, and I wrote a lot of screenplays that never got made, I guess I should say also. So I kind of have this whole career in my head, I guess, that I was involved in, that I can't really take credit for anymore, because it was so long ago. Because the tech has changed so much and everything's changed so much. But I've been writing something recently in the hopes of maybe getting back to it, and I was trying to writing a new screenplay, and I was also finishing a novel that I originally was working on in 2009, and I also I published a novel, like a short novel called Cratchit and Company, which is like a sequel to Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, which Dick Williams did a film of and won an Oscar for. But I published that in 2009, I think. And that is findable. That's easily findable if you're interested. Probably for $1, or I could send a free version, but I think you can get it for $1 somewhere. Still, probably. But I would like to get back to my own projects and my own filmmaking, and I do, like, I've done like my own stuff or more personal stuff that it just doesn't get a lot of attention, I guess. And I was also just working as an artist for a while, which wasn't personal but was a thing. I was a commission artist doing like video game covers for a long time and stuff like that. And I never really wanted to be a film restorationist, so this is just me using the tools of my trade. But one of the Recobbled Cut Mark IV was always like a thank you to the fans who had supported this project for so long. This was me taking a few years off at the end of this 8-year project of The Thief and the Cobbler, Recobbled Cut, to do it right, to do it better than it had ever been done before, right? So it was always sort of a tribute to the people who had supported that project all those years. And that's why I did it. Like, it helps a lot doing tedious work like this if you know that it'll be appreciated rather than, like, not seen and maybe people shit on you for it. It helps. I mean, there was no money in doing this, and I think it would have hurt my career. I don't know if, like, Disney, like, cared, but
people in the animation industry were very aware of this project and very aware of me, but I'm not really an animator, or at least I wasn't educated as an animator. I can draw, but I wasn't educated I didn't go to animation school. So I would find it hard. I've tried actually a little bit to get work in the animation industry, but I wasn't able to. And I get why. I studied live action film. And that was something where I couldn't get work either, because you need to know people. And the economy crashed as I was graduating, as I've said before. Like many people my age, I graduated right into a recession, and that kind of never stopped. So that for sure became a problem. I hope, I was going to say, I hope Photoshop doesn't crash, because sometimes it does crash during the content-aware fill process. For some reason, this version crashes a lot. Yeah. I don't know. It was just kind of tricky to actually find work in Hollywood, because no one would. I graduated into a recession, and no one would respond to my emails for like 15 years. So nothing happened, and you need connections within the industry to get like that first job in the industry, unfortunately. And a lot of times that just means like your father's got to be somebody or something. I was just frustrated for a long time. And what I needed to do was probably just stay doing what I was doing and making my own movies for longer, until something hit. But the tech wasn't there back then, and it was what it was. But it got tricky. And it's hard having studied something where you kind of can't like. I think this is actually true in to an extent in most trades, unfortunately, that you need some kind of connection or some kind of in. It shouldn't be, but it is. But it's definitely true in filmmaking, where it was rough having studied for years, and having this background that sort of made me unemployable, I think, in like a regular job, probably, because it was like, too creative, for like a regular desk jobs, I guess. And the recession was happening, so it's hard to tell anyway, because everything was just kind of a disaster all around. But having like gone $125,000 in debt for film school, and then like, okay, so I kind of naively thought that would be my entry into Hollywood. Like I went to this film school, and that'll mean something because it costs so much, right? And I already had a reputation as like an underground filmmaker. Like, I don't know, magazines and TV networks, major, like USA Network and Extra, I think it was Extra, and like Gear magazine, when that existed, were like writing me about stuff. And I wasn't really ready for that, but I was ready for something. I was ready to like have some kind of career in Hollywood, just like start at least. And I think with my film school, they just kind of expected it to happen, because they were still for people. And it just didn't happen for people that year that I was doing it anymore. But like, I saw Kevin Feige speak, who runs the Marvel Cinematic Universe, of course, at USC, not long ago, a couple years ago, with Jon Favreau, who of course did did Iron Man and some stuff for Star Wars. And I don't know how seriously to take it, because I think people sort of, when people tell the story of how they broke into the industry, I think they make it seem simpler than it is. And it always feels like, but what connections did you have, man? Like, really, what's the real story? How did you actually? Like, Robert Rodriguez once wrote a book, which a lot of people my age read, and you might have read, called Rebel Without a Crew, which was about how he made El Mariachi for very little money and got famous off of it. Which is really because of Harvey Weinstein, who was awful and who also ruined the Thief, who was like kind of the gangster of Hollywood at that time. And that was such a, like, getting discovered by Harvey Weinstein, who was, again, a monster. That was so rare back then, and that was such a golden ticket, and he was such an outlier. But I think Rodriguez had some kind of in that he doesn't mention in the book. Like, he had somebody he knew that was enough. But it was also easier back then, before the economy crashed. Like, in the 90s, there was a lot more like going on where you can kind of stumble into stuff. And certainly before that, you could stumble into a career. But for people my age, it just got a lot harder overnight after, not overnight, but after 9/11 and during the War on Terror, things just got a lot harder for everybody. And nobody had money anymore, and nobody had like job prospects anymore. But to listen to Kevin Feige tell his story about going to USC, he only ever applied to like one job in his life, he says. You know, he went to USC, like I did, and he applied for an internship with the Donners, who had made Superman. And so he worked on X-Men, and he wound up working for Marvel, and that was that. And that was his whole trajectory. And probably that's very oversimplified, just to make it a story that you tell in front of people. But I can believe that things were simpler then, that he could just go to USC just a couple years before I did and have like this radically different and far superior experience. And become a big Hollywood deal in a way that I couldn't, I guess. And that might seem like asking for a lot, like, oh, like this random guy, like, you don't know me, you're like, thought he could be like a big shot in Hollywood, but like, you got to understand, for someone who is a filmmaker and who studies filmmaking, like, that's really your only two options, like, is to actually be a filmmaker, or maybe it's not your only options, but it's pretty close to your only options, are to actually be a filmmaker, which would be like kind of a big deal in Hollywood, or some have some sort of work in Hollywood, or to basically like starve to death on the street. Like, there wasn't a middle ground available to me, I guess is what I'm saying. And in my 20s, you know, I was bullied a lot, but a lot of times I was bullied because people thought I was Hollywood. You know, they thought like that I was, you know, I never fit in Los Angeles. And even like the little movies I was making in college were about that, about like not fitting in Los Angeles. At all. Like, I'm just the most un-Hollywood like guy. I just couldn't fit in socially. Because I'm from the East Coast, I'm from Connecticut, and I found, everyone says it, but Los Angeles is very phony, and they sort of took me at face value at a time when I was going through a lot, and I kind of didn't love myself enough, and I was being very self-deprecating, and I called it comedy, but it was sort of self-hatred more than anything. Like, I wasn't... When you're young, I think if you're... You got to love yourself more, you know, because nobody else... A lot of times nobody else is gonna. You got to love yourself first. And in college, they really took me kind of at face value, and I thought they were even when I was playing a character and I was like doing jokes, or especially when I was doing jokes like that were at my own expense, people took it at face value, which was really devastating. And you bring it on to yourself if you don't love yourself enough, and if you don't I think back then I should have just had more faith in myself that I could be like cool, I guess. But I'm not. You know, I never felt cool, so I didn't act cool, and my comedy was sort of about being a weirdo or not fitting in and this and that. And I thought people got the joke and that it wasn't like super mean at my expense. Like I thought people still had a certain respect for me, and then it really turned out that they didn't. Like that people just had no respect for me, and that they took it at face value because they wanted me to fail. Like some people wanted me to fail. And this was before the economy collapsed, so I sort of had this I had real self-esteem problems, and people were like kind of bullying me by claiming that I had too big an ego, right? When really I had pretty serious like self-image problems and stuff like that. But they knew that because I was self-conscious, I would take myself down a peg, you know. If they were like that, if they were like, "Oh, Garrett, you got an ego," and this and that, because I didn't. I wanted to be humble, but that was also at a time when I did expect that I'd at least have some sort of job in Los Angeles, because that was how things had worked out for the last generation and how things were supposed to work out. And I think it caught the college off guard. But I think it was always, to an extent, you needed like a father who's in the industry or something like that, or family who have money and will help you over that hump. But it's worse. Like someone joked, I think on Twitter or something, that like they're all somebody's kid now. Like anybody who's successful is somebody's kid now, and that wasn't necessarily true before. Like our parents' generation could kind of stumble into a job, and then we had to be like super educated and super ready, and then just get nothing. And that's how it felt, like a generation who were prepared who had to study and work very hard. You know, like I made like 12 no-budget features, and I sort of learned what you had to do to make a movie and this and that. And it never meant anything. It never meant anything because I couldn't get anyone in Hollywood to return an email. And I still can't. I couldn't do that today. And everybody's broke, so I can't be like, hey, you want to make a movie? Like, it's a lot harder to make a movie now. Even if I had like the money and time, like to those resources, than in high school and college when I didn't know what I was doing. But like everything kind of fell apart in America and the economy for my generation and for anyone who's younger than me. And I assume you are younger than me if you're watching this. Not everybody, but a lot of you are. But I remember it like when it wasn't this bad. 3391. Oh, I'm totally losing my place. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. 3359. 3559. 3368. This is hard to keep track of. 3368, 3559. I think I'm actually like low blood sugar. I need to sip on some fruit, like smoothie. I might do that. I don't have a camera, so I'm not that worried, I guess, about eating on camera or drinking some fruit situation on camera. this is... I'm going to get up and get something then. I think I'll do that. I'll be back in a sec, but I was saying something. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. I guess sorry if it ever sounds like I'm full of myself, but I think my problem in my 20s, and I would give this advice to younger people, was that I didn't care enough about myself, I guess, when I needed to back then. It got a lot harder. It got a lot harder. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I think that's usual. What I was trying to say is that's usually the advice I would give to younger people, is they should be more confident in some ways, because there's a lot of power in that, and in sort of making use of your time early on while you've got it. It's quite a combination. You know, young people lack confidence in so in many ways. Most young people, and would have a lot of power if they didn't. I think basically, like they're easily manipulated, unfortunately, and easily bullied, as I was. And you kind of don't know which way is up and which way is left and which way is right when you're in like your teens and 20s. But if you did, you know, if you can fake it, that had a real power, especially back then. I don't know how much power it has now, but it probably still has a lot of power, even in this economy. You get a lot of people who hate themselves more than they should, basically. I think my thing was just that I was going through a lot at the time, and I was willing to make fun of myself on camera. I think more than I should have, basically. Like, I think if I'd tried to be cool, I don't know how I could have been cool, because I didn't see myself as cool. But I think Los Angeles would have responded in a very different way. Like, it could see that I was playing the fool, and it was way too eager. People were way too eager to like then point at that and say, "Oh, this guy's a fool," which was wild, you know, because I was making feature films back then and this and that. I knew what I was doing. myself something to drink. My point is that I see a lot of young people doing the same thing, like they just have self-esteem issues and they're like, oh, I'm a piece of shit and I'm this and that. Or, I know you go through a lot at that age, but you gotta love yourself first, unfortunately, and it's hard. I can't watch a lot of that stuff from back then, or at least deal with what that meant back then, because I was going through a lot, and it shows. Like none of that stuff is online anymore. Like pretty much from when I was trying to be a comedian in my 20s. I think I could have tried to be cooler. I don't think I ever knew what to do with my hair, and I still don't. But I could at least try it. I think you look back and you're like, wait. There were pretty girls who were willing to meet me halfway if I'd tried to be cool and been less of a putz. I didn't like myself enough, but there were TV networks, and there were productions, and there were pretty girls, and there were people who would have met me halfway if I'd tried to be a little cooler. I don't know. This is weird to say. To our 7 viewers or our 4 viewers or whatever we got. I hope you'll join us on Thursday for a discussion with Rare, the Raggedy Ann Revival Effort. And I hope you'll help us protect the Master Emerald. You know what I'm saying? Protect the Master Emerald. What time on Thursday? Evening. Thursday evening. It'll be evening our time. I'm trying to do that. But I hope you're all surviving the pandemic and not losing your minds too badly. It's been a rough couple years, or a rough couple decades, or however long this pandemic has been going on. I'm just having a little bit of fruit smoothie from 3 days ago. While I'm waiting, I'll be back restoring this in a minute. I'm just sipping. Some grapefruit because I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Oh, see, we've been up for 3.5 hours. That's why. Like I should probably actually be eating at this point, but I am at least having a little bit of fruit smoothie. I don't know how good the audio is here, but hopefully. That's probably all right. I'll be back working in a minute. But if you got any questions, I don't really know what I should be doing with my main YouTube channel, as I said these days. It's not doing very well, and I don't have very much that I'm putting on it. There's some stuff I should be finishing for that channel, which I haven't been. I've got a very long to-do list. And I'm working on a lot of stuff, and it probably, I don't know if anyone's paying attention, but it's hard to get people to notice that I'm doing stuff, and I don't know how obvious it is that I'm doing stuff all the time, but I am doing stuff. I'm working on stuff. So I hope you'll stick around if I upload something to YouTube, to Patreon, to my Twitter, to my archive. I got my archive.org in the description of this video. And Knuckles also. Just sipping some grapefruit smoothie in place of actually having a meal. I should probably actually be having a meal right now because I'm a little lightheaded. But I'll be back to work pretty soon. I'm almost done.
hope you're all doing well in the pandemic. I hope that you're surviving and doing okay. But I do have a tweet for you. There's a tweet, I guess. I think I'm able to post links and tweets. But we'll be doing that on Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, apparently. And Knuckles. Basically. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So let's sort of take this down a bit. I'm almost done, but I'll get back to work. Okay, what is happening in this scene? I'm gonna, I guess, get a lay of the land. Let's see what's happening here. I should probably... Okay. I should save that tweet, actually, that one. I don't think you can see my screen apart from that. So that one tweet. I think that's 3 p.m. here, which is... I'll have to... That's not good. What's the, why is that so big? It's because the other Knuckles was small. This is what they put on Twitter. So we're going to be doing that. I think I'll just... There. Can look forward to that. Let's look at this scene. What are the problems with this scene? I'm just gonna do what I've been doing, which is sort of comparing frames. I'm comparing like auto dirt removal versions of the frames. And then figuring out to what extent the perspective gets fucked on the cut. Also, which I'll have to correct for. One thing I find with these, there's a lot of like flickering. There's a lot of like the brightness changes between frames because it was supposed to have this flickery lighting. I'm probably not going to worry that much about all this dirt, but let's see what the deal is here. Because we've definitely shifted sideways a little bit for the cut, which is very normal. So I'm going to slide this way a little bit. I don't know how interesting any of this is. I know it's tedious. And that's just the way it's going to be. You know? That's just the way it's going to be. Like this stuff it's just a lot of tedious by hand work in Photoshop that I'm doing. Kind of thankless work. But if you just, as I said, if you just kind of barrel forward and do it, it's not that big a deal. But it does also mean that sometimes I'm not thinking about what easier ways there could be to do something, but I think also the principle at hand is that you can waste a lot of time worrying about whether there's an easier way to do this, which defeats the purpose. Right. So you end up thinking, because it is at least less time consuming to just kind of barrel in and do the work, to just knuckle under and do the work without thinking too much about it. And under normal circumstances, this would be kind of thoughtless work, which I could do if I was feeling bad, if I wasn't feeling well, if I was low energy. And I could do it while listening to a YouTube video or something. You know. For what that's worth. So it is tedious, but there's something to be said for tedium, I suppose, under certain contexts. If tedium is what you're expecting, for one thing, then that's fine. because most work is tedious. And we just kind of roll with it. But it's less time consuming if you just don't second guess yourself and just kind of do it. And that's usually my strategy with film restoration, is that I just don't second guess myself too much and I just do it. So it is usually just doing the tedious work. That's usually my strategy. I want to say that was Richard Williams' strategy too. I think he said something like that. But I'm blanking on what exactly it was at this point. But I think I've told that story before. Now I think it would be more satisfying to watch if I was working on a scene that was especially dirty. Because I do have some maybe amusing methods of dealing with dirt. But that's okay. At any rate, we've sort of finished this scene now. That wasn't that difficult. The splices at the end of a scene just move it horizontally a little bit, whereas the splices at the beginning of a scene are much more of a nightmare. Because there's sort of a jump that happens vertically. I'm going to close Photoshop and open it again for performance sake. I do keep losing my place a little bit, but that's okay. So you can see there's some splices here, like there's some tape and adhesive tape here and stuff like that. So, and vertical movement, so that's what we're going to be dealing with again with this. And in this case, the dirt removal has done nothing good. I think there's one speck that it got that is actually probably dirt. But the rest of it is, there's a scratch there that they didn't get. And there's a thing there that I didn't get. We didn't have a lot of dirt here anyway. So this is mostly just false positives for the flame, but I'm concerned about this scratch mainly. So we'll look to solve that in a different frame. I don't know what frame, but one of these frames. Yeah, again, this dirt removal is not doing the trick, except for this bit on the right. But I'm actually gonna take out my little pencil stylus and paint that out, because that's about it. And one thing you learn is that it's really about what's visible. So you see like black dirt when it's bright, or you'll see white dirt or light dirt when it's dark. We've got a little bit of both here, but what we've mainly got is false positives. Yeah, I think that's not all false positives. I see a green thing that shouldn't be there, but it's false positives otherwise. And part of that is because there's a flicker happening here. Like each frame is flickering. The brightness is flickering on and off. So the PF Clean AI from 2011 or whenever doesn't know what to do with it. And we also want to pay attention to, because it's flickering, we want to see what frames actually match each other. Is there like a brighter frame? And so, okay, three looks promising. So I'm gonna do this and see if I can make up the difference here. It's a little darker than that. It's a little darker than that. It's a little brighter than that. So maybe 37, maybe I was right before. So that's about right. So this is me combining two other frames. I couldn't find a single frame that had the exact brightness, but I knew I had one which was brighter and one which was darker. And this is not something you're actually going to notice in motion anyway, but I'm just going to remove this scratch because it was bugging me. Okay, this green scratch, and I can remove. I can also just click, I'm clicking on and off, and I'm noticing some other dirt at the bottom here. I'll just get rid of that too. At least when I compare the two, I start to see some stuff in this frame that I don't think should be there. So I'm just gonna, probably overdoing it here. I'm gonna just remove certain things that I don't like. That'll give us like a nice clean frame. But I'm checking it against two different frames, which I've mixed together here. Again, the dirt removal is mostly false positives because of the way this scene is. I think there is some stuff that's valid, but it's not much. And I think I'll go in by hand and remove some dirt. I do have other methods of doing this. Like I've got an automatic, I've got some automatic processes that I've written, scripts that I've written in Photoshop. Photoshop actions, I should say, that can do this, but I'm just going to go in for now with the content aware fill tool and just sort of paint away anything obvious. But what we're also doing is, the reason we're here is because of the vertical jump that happens on the cut. And that's going to happen on the next frame before this. I'm not going to use this dirt removal because this is all false positives, as it has been this whole shot basically. But I am going to go in for the funk of it and do just by hand removal with the content aware fill Band-Aid brush in Photoshop CS6. And just remove some of the stuff which doesn't look right to me now. Sometimes it's tough to tell if some of these elements were intentional. And I'm just having to use my best judgment. But an AI cannot use its best judgment. So in this case, I can do what PF Clean cannot. I'm checking to see if there's anything in here besides false positives, and it's just something down there, like there's a single green speck that they got. Apart from that, it's all false positives. But this is a jump frame. This is like stretched and double imaged and blurred
because the film would have been moving in the projector at the time that it was captured. It's probably actually like this on the film. Like, this is probably a dupe of film that was like this. That's usually true. And a moment in time would be like this on the cuts as well. We don't have a moment in time, The Thief and the Cobbler, but if we did, it would be like this. Okay. So we're probably going to have to basically recreate this shot, or elements of this shot, but let's see what we can do with it first. Okay, so it looks like it's fairly accurate up till like this point, then it starts to stretch. Okay, so I'm going to try and fix the geometry. Maybe like starting around that point. Now we won't be able to tell with the fire, but we can tell with this whole situation here. So I'm going to see what we can do with stretching the geometry to match this deal. $64. Looks like 64 is too much. I'm going to try again. We'll do 30 something. I know I can't really get an accurate view of what's about to happen, but hopefully that's like what it is. I don't know. I've seen worse. But okay. That's about the same. Brightness as this other frame. So we'll do it that way. So I'm going to replace some of this with a version of that. Okay. And we're just going to go in and erase some of this in favor of a version of that other frame. And what I'm going to erase is elements of this background. Okay. And this should give us something closer to what we're looking for. With much less evidence that the film was jumping in the gate at the time. And now I'm going to check it against that last frame. See if it is plausible. I think this area up here could actually be, I think I could do more with this. Not all the way, but maybe like 66% of the way. And that should about do us.
the other frames will be a little messed up, but you usually only get one that's really jumpy. Right. And again, I'm just going to paste in the other frame. And I'll check it against the other frame, and I'll move it within the frame to match what the other frame is doing. That should show us how close we are. There might still be some distortion. It looks like this is a little bit, like this needs to move a little left and maybe down. But it's closer than the frame, which is just a jump. It is closer. And in some cases I wouldn't even bother to distort it beyond that, but I'm going to use Photoshop's distort tool. Sort of move it. It says 0.34. Hopefully that's accurate enough. So 0.34. That's probably enough of an improvement for my purposes. It's a little off, but it's probably close enough for now. I am noticing some dirt removal. That's not just a false positive in this frame, so I'm going to use some of it. Obviously, the PF Clean dirt removal has not been super useful this time around. There are some like scratches and things here too that I got to deal with, but I don't have I need to bring in like a clean frame to do it properly, I think. So I'll just do it unproperly right now because I don't really have anything like that because it's jumping in the frame. I would have to go a little bit out on a limb here. Did I already do the thing? Let's see. So I'm going to check with this. We're going to just move this up to wherever it needs to be to match that frame. That's probably about right. It might need 1 pixel to the right, but that might just be lighting. Okay. Yeah, I think it was lighting. And this frame is pretty much accurate in terms of geometry. So we'll just leave it like that. This one might not be. I'm going to, let's check it against the dirt removal, which I think there's one. This isn't a false positive, but apart from that, useless. geometry on this might be distorted. This is the actual splice, you can see. It is going to have some dirt on it. So it should look like that. I'm thinking also that that's already fine. Let me delete some of this. Little bits of dirt. Just do that first. Anyway, so 60. So maybe this frame. I'm trying to find like a matching frame. Oh, you see the geometry is a little different. I think I'm going to actually have to fix that if I'm matching these frames. I don't know if I have to. But that might just be what we're doing. Which would mean like but I don't even know. Let's see. I think like just sort of something like that. So I'm matching this to a different frame which has similar lighting. I'm matching the geometry. I'm going to delete. The fire's not quite the same, but I'm going to delete as much down here as I can get away with to open up the frame a little more. I think I can. Okay. There's only so much I can do without fucking this up, but let's see. There's some geometry differences which are getting me in trouble here, but in general, I think I'm getting away with it. Okay. It's about as close as we're looking at this like black splash here. There's a couple things I can do. Let's try several of them. Oh, I need this to be more blue, like a black color. Okay. Okay, so something like that. We'll see if that works. I'm gonna check it though, because this is a little bit of a stretch. That more or less worked, so I'm going to keep going a little bit. Save it a bit. That more or less worked. Now I'm going to just paint out anything that looks like fibers and stuff like that. This is maybe more attention than this deserves, but I can do this. Sort of just scribble it out, paint it out, without getting the stuff you actually want. And just sort of go goblin mode on it.
I'm using a digital drawing tablet. You're watching me use a tablet. That's part of what you're seeing. Right now. That'll about do us. Does that complete the scene? I think that completes the scene. Is shot. I think so. I wonder. So here's a little scene, which again has some splicing in it. And again, we'll have to be fit to what's going on here. I'm keeping this tablet in front of me when I'm working, and it does get in the way because I'm using my mouse. What I'm sure your question is because you're hearing me use my mouse probably like constantly, and that's really just because I'm checking between different versions of the shot, different frames, and also a PF Clean auto dirt removal pass, which I use to varying extents here. So it's for most of what I'm doing, the mouse is more of what I need, really. Like right now, it is better for like removing dirt and everything, but like I'm clicking. Hello? I said I'm clicking between different versions of something. And that is not good to do with the stylus, with the pen. And it is good to do with the mouse. So stuff like that, like I get a little torn between the tools I'm using. So usually I just feel like the tablet is kind of in the way. But I have had a tablet for a while. I had an old Cintiq for some time, which stopped working more recently. And I'm currently using a Gaumon tablet, which was cheap, which was relatively cheap.
But, you know, this is sort of subtle work where I'm checking between this frame and whatever the last frame is, and it's so that I can see what I actually should be doing. To set a precedent, I guess, for dirt removal. What's happening here is there's going to be some splices, which are going to mean our picture's going to jump around a lot. And I'm going to try and fix that so that it's a stable situation where everything is going to be sort of in the same place. Feels like this is actually growing a little and breathing a little. But I don't know if I'm going to bother because it's not like a serious. I don't know, it's a little frustrating. But I'm just clicking back and forth so I can see what little bits of dirt are there before I commit to this. Because I want these first few frames that I'm doing to be relatively free of dirt. Because I also want to combine them. Which is why it should concern me if this is breathing and sort of larger than it should be. It's bugging me. It is bugging me a little. I'm not gonna lie. Well, what would happen if I took it down a notch? Bless me. Sort of push myself too hard with these sessions and don't sleep as well as I should, and blah, blah, blah. And blah, blah, blah. I might be overthinking this. Because if this is a difference, it's pretty subtle. I'll admit that. It was just bugging me. It was just bugging me. There's a slight difference, but it was bugging me. And now it's not a slight difference, so there you go. Okay. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take these 3 frames. No, I would, hello, Palo, Fabella. Hi Garrett, I'm following you from Sicily. What was the most difficult scene to restore? I think you're saying. Some of these are pretty tough, but I would say one of the more. I talked about this at my message board, orangecow.org/board. So I talked about some of them. One of them was the wedding scene at the end, for the SD restoration. That was one of the tougher, like, SD scenes, for sure. The wedding at the end was especially difficult, I think. Okay. So this is sort of a combination of 3 frames. And I'm going to be using this as the basis for what I do from here on out. So let's go like here. Okay, so already you can see what Defake asks, Garrett, do you listen to classical music while you're working? I would usually put on, I don't usually put on music when I'm working. I have, but I think you're referring to Richard Williams's thing about, like, concentrating and not listening to music when you're working. I think this is mindless work. It's not really like what Dick was talking about, and I think a lot of animators consider their work to be mindless, and Dick's point was that it's not, like, that you actually should be concentrating. But for me, I would probably be listening to a YouTube video. I would probably have my phone open to a YouTube video, which I didn't really need to pay attention to, but which I could just keep on for, or sometimes like a podcast or something. Partly because, I don't know if this is still true, but the headphones I have that work with Bluetooth were a little bit maybe uncomfortable and not the best sound quality for music. But I think this is somewhat mindless work, so more so than animation, but it depends. I've listened to, like, music and podcasts and stuff while doing art as well, if it's again, if it's sort of mindless work. And what Dick Williams was arguing is that this isn't. If you're doing animation, that you need to be concentrating. He probably has, he has a point. Okay. So I've sort of I've reshaped this a little bit to match my, I guess, goal frame. And now I'm going to also, that's not quite right, but let's also do, like, this whole cheat with the differencing. Okay. So I want to see. I'm a little concerned about this corner. Here, I think I need to do something with. And this sort of line down the middle. So I'm going to add a little bit back. But otherwise, I think we're probably okay. And that'll be the new first frame. this is going to be a bit of a pain, I'm sure. Yeah, here's the frame where it jumps. 3622. Yep. You can see it jumping in the gate here. So this is all going to be terrible and in need of work. We'll see what we can do. I'll see what I can do. I don't know what that's all about. I was trying to remove a comment, but I don't know if it's letting me. Oh, there it is. It took me a minute. Oh, there's some political comment I was trying to remove there. I'm going to get some drink. Okay. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to yawn and stretch is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get some drink. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, how's everybody doing? I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm actually back. That's gonna be a thing. But just wanted to put that up for a bit. Close that down, actually. After you watch Beauty and the Beast, a classic.
geez, this is the squeaky chair. How's everybody doing tonight? This is the second time it got a little political in here. I'm deleting because I'm not taking any chances. Let's see. That's pretty good, actually. That's a pretty good match. I think the geometry of this frame is pretty close to the desired frame. So that's good. It's not shaking around too much. It's not that dirty. I think I'm going to add it to my mix. Or did I already do that? No, I don't think I did. I'm just checking it for dirt. But yeah, it's pretty close. These frames are all pretty static and pretty similar. So I'm going to actually add that to my mix. Which should just generally look like correct. I should save these as like the yeah, I don't know. Oh, this is right. This is save for web is a little slow, but we'll just do that. No save. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Come on. I was just saving. I maybe shouldn't have done that. Okay. Fair. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Much appreciated. Oh, geez, yeah. For hearts need mending, they always do. And if you listen, now here's something you can do, which is difference testing. It should be sometimes a little harder to see what's going on, but other times it works all right. Ooh, I don't know. But it's reasonably close anyway. It's probably still going to be a little shaky. But better than it would be. I'm going to just add in the bottom here. Apart from that,
is spending a lot of time on basically a static shot, but I take this responsibility seriously. This is looking a little warped. I don't know about that. Looking a little warped. I know this is sort of juddering and moving up and down. And so is this frame, so I don't know about that. I'm gonna use my cheat code and we'll see how that goes. Try to warp it, but let's see how this goes. I think the upstairs neighbors are like watching TV and I can hear it. You will. Okay, I'm gonna put that. That'll have to do. That's a cheat, but it'll have to do. Ooh, boy. Okay, so I'm gonna fix the geometry on this, I guess, and then I'll use the cheat code. Where does it diverge? Probably like around here, maybe. Around here. So I'm going to stretch this out a little. Is this straight up? Yeah, I guess. It's double imaged a little at this point and just stretched out. It was jumping in the gate. Time. And that'll just have to be close enough. It's probably close enough. Oh, wow, that's... Okay. That got screwed up. Sorry about that. It's too late now. I'll have to leave it. What was it? Oh, it's because this is on... I hadn't noticed. Okay, I fucked that up good. No, I'll tell you what. I think I can fix that, actually, without resorting to this. Can I fix that? Let me see. I bet you that's still there in the transparency. I bet you this shit's still there in the alpha channel. Why wouldn't it be? It is, except for this. Okay, so I'm gonna... Yeah, I screwed that up, but it was the picture information was still there in the alpha channel, so I just had my feather up higher than I'd noticed that I had it. So anyway, okay, so that's going to be what it's going to be. And now I'm going to use my cheat also. And that'll hopefully be good enough. Or at least like halfway to good enough. So I'm using my differencing cheat, and That looks pretty rough, actually. Let's compare it to what it should look like. Yeah, that's looking a little rough at the top. Looking a little rough at the top. So I'm gonna put that in at about 60 and sort of do this to it. And that'll just have to be good enough. I mean, there's already a certain lack of clarity here. So I played, you're asking if I'm a Sonic fan. I played Sonic games on the Sega Genesis in the 90s, in the early 90s. And I've got a friend, Jen Hernandez, who draws is there a good source for Richard talking about the use of perspective in this film? I think there's one where Roy Nesbitt talks about it. I think that's the Thief Who Never Gave Up documentary. I think Roy Nesbitt talks about it in that documentary, unless I'm mistaken. And there's some info at the Thief One blog spot. So maybe the Thief Who Never Gave Up documentary. I think Roy Nesbitt talks about it a bit in the Thief Who Never. Yeah, maybe. And Thief One blogspot also, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Dick talking about this film is difficult because there were a few documentaries about it, but he didn't talk about the film for 20 years after it shut down, so it's all like earlier pre-production kind of stuff. So he didn't really talk about it as much as you'd want, I guess. I'm using Adobe Photoshop. But a friend of mine draws Sonic the Hedgehog also, like Jen Hernandez has drawn some stuff for like Archie Comics of Sonic the Hedgehog. So we got that going for us today. It's hard when something is off in position by like half a pixel, and that happens a lot, and I don't fix it in those cases. But that's still off, you know. It's still like when you're half a pixel off is frequent, and there's just no easy way to do that in Photoshop without, I mean, I suppose I could, but without like wrecking the picture quality a little bit also. So I don't. I probably could set up an action and just make it, but it's like, it's also, it's never going to be quite that spot on anyway. As long as it's not shaking all around the place. But when I'm working to this level of clarity, it's like, no, that's moving. I can tell it's moving. Not quite right. But it's in like the half a pixel zone. Can't quite get it right. It's wobbling a little, but see, you can sort of see like a scratch here too. So I'm just going to catch that. should eat something. It's 5 hours now somehow. Is it possible to digitally remove mold from a film? Well, what effect is the mold having on the film? I think people's problem with mold is more like it can damage the equipment, and like the film is rotting away, or the videotape is rotting away. But I don't know what like visual effect it has on it. Is it like a blizzard? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, it's digitally possible to do anything in theory, but I mean, in practice it might not be scalable. It might be too difficult. But what effect is the mold having on the film is what I would ask in that case, because I don't know. But there's a lot you can do digitally to remove problems. It's just the problem becomes that it's too difficult to do rather than impossible. You know, difficult rather than impossible usually. I guess I should eat something. Off-topic question. Is it possible to digitally remove film? Yeah. Eat something. Was there a time when Vincent Price mentioned his experience voicing Zigzag for the film? I don't think so. I don't think that's the case, actually. You know, what I'd like is, I've got some hamburgers that in theory I should make, but that would take me like 40 minutes. In the meantime, I could probably have a snack, though, but I could make myself some hamburgers, which I could probably eat pretty quickly. So I'm going to do that, actually. I'm going to put some hamburgers in the oven, but for like 25 minutes. We'll see how that goes. I'll be back. It has been 5 hours. I didn't eat much today. But I do have some bread, which needs eating. The substance of bread. See, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. Is anyone asking questions? Honestly, one of Price's, for the film has mold damage. The film has mold damage that covers the movie. It really depends on what kind of results you're doing. You'd probably clean the film. You'd probably try to clean the film. I don't know what your transfer looks like. Once it's digital, it is what it is. If there's like a snowstorm, I mean, there are things you can do if something's messed up. But I would need to visually see it, I think, to comment. And if you listen, I'll tell a story of the street about some rain, nothing isn't you.
How you all doing?
I'm here. I'm still here.
Yes. That is true. The Diary of a Madman question, I mean. Sorry. Okay, I have some hamburgers in the oven now. I've set a timer. And this is what we're doing. Okay. Is it true that Dick was wanting to make an animated adaptation of Diary of a Madman from Nikolai Gogol in the 60s? I'm pretty sure that Kenneth Williams did a narration recording made for the film. That is true. If you look in The Thief and the Cobbler scrapbook, which is my archive that I've uploaded to archive.org, check the description of this video and you'll see archive.org/OCPmovie. In one of those scrapbooks I've uploaded, you can probably find it somewhere else, but Kenneth Williams' narration for Diary of a Madman was eventually broadcast as a radio program many decades later. And Dick's artwork from Diary of a Madman, some of it has been released, like it was previewed in like a film magazine or something. Like we have some drawings from that. And I think maybe the Creative Person documentary has some stuff. It was pretty similar to what he did for A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum anyway. It's easy to kind of mistake the two a little bit. But he did a bunch of drawings for that. So yeah, that was a thing. And you can get that radio recording is somewhere in my Thief and the Cobbler scrapbooks, and so is the artwork. But you'd have to, I mean, that's a huge archive, the Thief and the Cobbler scrapbooks. It's somewhere in my archive, but I'd have to dig it up. Or you could if you download my various Thief and the Cobbler scrapbook archives. I think Brian was asking about, he said The Devil from 1981. Do you mean The Devils movie? Oh, no, you don't. You said The Devil from 1981. I thought you might mean The Devils from 1971, which would make more sense. But look, you need to explain to me what you think mold does to a film, because then I could comment. But I don't know, man. There's a lot you can do. But really depends on what the issue is. The 4K restored version was because the original negative was not preserved well. Okay, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but if they couldn't restore it, then they could. Oh, you mean, oh, okay, The Devil. I see what it is. It's some other movie by Chang Ren-che. It's like a Chinese film, I think. I see what you mean. See, I'm looking this up, but
Because there was a Ken Russell film, The Devils. That's what I thought you meant. But I don't know. It is what it is. It says a moldy camera negative. I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I think that's a unique case, sir. I would have to actually watch the film in that form. Most of the screen is covered with green blobs. Again, I would have to actually see it. My guess is that it can be fixed to an extent, but it would just be difficult to do. And you could maybe do it for like 5 minutes of the film, but like for the whole feature, it might not have been cost effective. But I know I can't picture that. I need to actually see what the problem is, Brian, in order to comment with any. And see, I'm already streaming, so I don't know. But yeah, I would have to actually see it before I could fully comment. But yeah, my guess is that you could do it to an extent. But that it would probably be hard to do it for the whole film. And that I think this film is probably a very unique case anyway. See, I'm looking this up now instead of working. You've got me looking this up in the, I think that it was probably a pretty unique case of like a rare film. But I would have to actually watch it to see how damaged it is. As I said, my guess is that you could listening to the 1963 narration recording, I was always imagining the animation looking similar to the sequences from Light Brigade and A Christmas Carol. It would have looked great with the audio intact. Indeed. I don't know. I think they were being very... I think Dick was being like very ambitious with that project, and maybe he didn't like have the budget for that project at the time. And I think he was maybe under ambitious with the script and over ambitious with what he wanted to do with it at the time. But it would have looked good. But what he was doing was looking pretty similar to like the women he was drawing in. He had a lot of unfinished projects around that time, like pre A Christmas Carol. I think just because they didn't make financial sense. I don't know if it's possible to remove the mold. I've never seen it, so I can't tell you. But I think it's possible to do a lot of things. But maybe not practical. Or worth it, but I don't know. And you claim you sent me something with Twitter, but I don't see anything. So I was like checking my Twitter. I don't know. You will send me a clip to the movie. The full 4K version is on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, if I don't know. I'd have to see it before I could comment, because that's just a weird. I think you're just like assuming I would know what a moldy movie looks like, and nobody knows what a moldy movie looks like. That's unusual, I think. Like mold damaged. I mean, certainly. One thing I've heard about 3689. See, I need to figure out what I'm doing. 3689 is oh yeah, this is the end of the shot. Okay. Well, we'll do the end of the shot too. One of my sort of like most wanted things was the Bonzo Dog Band Color Me Pop performance. My chair is squeaking. But the Bonzo Dog Band Color Me Pop performance, which everyone thought was lost and wiped. And as it turned out, a copy had been kept, I think, by the director. But it had been kept up in a loft and like rained on and was bent into an L shape. I think it was video bent into an L shape or film bent into an L shape. So they claim it's unplayable. And maybe if they'd gotten to that film some years earlier, it wouldn't have been. But I was kind of sad to hear. There is some stuff which survives from that performance. Some of which I've restored, some of which I've seen. That isn't public. Like a certain amount does exist from that special, but not the whole thing. So I'm going to figure out what we're doing with this shot. This is the end of this shot. The automatic dirt removal is doing nothing. It's removing this, which is not what we want. So I'm just ignoring that. I do have hamburgers. I have 2 hamburgers in the oven, which I'll be eating eventually. But I'm going to see what this... Oh, see. Okay, so see, I'm checking Twitter. Here's a clip from The Devil so you could see the mold damage. Okay. It seems to be affecting the color more than anything. It's definitely in bad shape, but it's sort of, you can still kind of watch it and watch through it. You can still see what's going on, but it's definitely affecting the color at the very least. This just looks like a gross out, like, gore movie. Like this guy's, like there's something in this guy's stomach and she's cutting it out. But what we're seeing is sort of this like, it's also a splicey work print. So that's not great. But they say that there's also like a video master of this on the same disc, which probably doesn't have the same issues. I don't know, she's digging in his stomach and pulling out some stuff, like some organs or whatever. But yeah, I think you could fix this, but not at... I think it would just be... you could, I think it would just be a pain in the ass to do for an entire feature. But I think if you gave me, I would have to see the actual like Blu-ray quality, but and think about it a little more. But I'm sure you could sort of like do noise reduction on it, and or do like EB synth on it. It would just be hard to scale to a full feature. But if it were just it's recommending me this YouTube, so I should. But yeah, so there's like green lightning, basically damage, like visibly green mold damage over the whole thing. But Eve or Pitfalks, yeah, it probably would have been interesting. This is all early Dick Williams, so I think he was just being very ambitious and didn't actually have the money to do this stuff back then. But it would have been interesting. But I also think he probably outgrew these ideas after a certain point, or wanted to do The Thief and wanted to do this. But it would have been interesting. Because I think he wanted to be very artistic with these. So that. But yeah, the mold thing, I think you could. It would just be, I would have to see the actual Blu-ray, but I think I could do it. I think it would just be a case of I would probably do it with EB synth, which would be a little weird. And I would wonder if you fixed the color, that would probably help a lot. But it would be very, it would be difficult. And I don't think it would scale to doing a full feature, but if I were doing like a scene, I think I could do that. I think I could have gotten the mold off of this movie. Like enough for a trailer. Like I think you could run EB synth over it, and you'd probably be okay. As if you were like colorizing it, but using its actual color. I think you could EB synth colorize it. Or you could do like really heavy noise reduction on it. And sort of maybe handle the color and the luminance separately. I don't think it's worth it. Like, I don't know if this move, like maybe if it was, do you remember Metropolis? When they found the classic silent film, Metropolis, they found like a longer cut of it which was damaged, and they put out a version of that film which had those extra sequences in it, but they were obviously in very bad nick. So I think this is a lot easier than that. Anyway, there is at least. I would probably want to look at it in a little more detail than like a YouTube video, but it looked like it was in okay shape otherwise, you know, like there was something there you could work with, but that's a big caveat, obviously, because that's pretty crazy. the problems with that print. But I think it could be done. It would just be hard to scale to a full feature, as I said. I think you could like recolorize it or like blast it in with noise reduction and this and that, and get some help. It's an unusual problem also, so it's not something that I don't think that's something that restorationists have dealt with. You know, I think that's like an unusual situation, but there's also the matter of there's apparently a video master of the same movie on the Blu-ray, which could be interesting or useful because it wouldn't have that problem. It wouldn't have that problem by the end, but I don't know if this is like an important enough film to worry about. But yeah, I think there are things you could do. It would sort of be outside the box thinking, though, because it's an unusual problem. I can think of a few ways I would do it. I don't think I would, because I don't know or care about this film. And it wouldn't scale to a full feature. But, yeah, I can think of things that could be done. And as I said, Metropolis had the extended version of Metropolis that came out from Kino, I think, Kino Lorber, maybe, whatever they're called. That, those sequences were in bad shape, as I recall. And it is what it is. I think restorationists are used to removing like dust and scratches, but they're not used to just a complete disaster like that you're talking about there. That's not something that I had heard of ever. I mean, you often hear that like old film has become unplayable and this and that. There was a thing, one thing that makes me think was there was a Morecambe and Wise special on the BBC, I think, had this unplayable copy of an old comedy special with Morecambe and Wise. And it was unplayable, and they started using, it was a film print, like a telerecording, and they were using forensic, like X-raying to find the picture in that. And I don't think it ever aired, but it was like an unplayable hunk of plastic or whatever, and they scanned it like with 3D scanners or something, and forensic tools, and they found the picture that was hidden in it. And it wasn't very like watchable or playable, but they found something in that, which was interesting. And you would normally give up on a film way before that. Like that is very much a deal breaker, ladies. Under any like normal circumstance, that's a deal breaker. Oh my God, I've had the rare thing on and I've been working. I'm sorry. I'll be back in a sec. I was working and I still had this rare thing up. I'm sorry. I'll have to remember to tell me these things. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm going to take the rare image off. Sorry about that. I think I was working on the scene this whole during part of this time. And you couldn't see because the rare image was up. So sorry about that. I don't know how much it matters to y'all, but it matters to me. I might take the. I got to take the burgers out of the oven also. But what I would do with the mold, if it were me, if it were something I like a film I care about more than I care about that film that I hadn't heard of, I might try making it black and white and seeing how much the damage is still affected if it's black and white, or if I'm ignoring the green channel or something like that. Even, I mean, if it's just affecting the green channel of the image, which is possible. And then you could go into EBSynth and, you probably have to Photoshop your keyframes a little bit to get the mold out of them. But the mold kind of comes and goes. So you'd get clean keyframes and then you'd sort of colorize it based on what you've got that's clean. You can also blast it with noise reduction. And, both as color and as black and white, and see what happens, or like the different channels. Because I'd have to look at like the RGB channels, but I would wonder if it's like only affecting the green channel. That strikes me as possible, which might help build a more stable version of that. But unusual problem for sure. But I was thinking of the Morecambe and Wise, like their attempt. I don't think anything ever came out of it. I don't think that ever aired because obviously it was in bad shape. But it was like an unplayable film that they laser scanned the contents and then were able to find a picture inside. But it was just a process of finding any kind of picture in an unplayable hunk of film, like a hunk of plastic. And that's not really what you want from a film. You don't want just to have some kind of picture. I don't know, maybe if it was like a Lost Doctor Who, which people obsess over, and I used to obsess over. you just want any picture. But I mean, at this point, I mean, obviously, I would love if a Doctor Who turned up, and I know there are a few prints that people are hoarding. But I said this. I started my own Lost Media Facebook group, partly so that like racism was against the rules, because that is a problem when you have like research groups which have a lot of boomers in them or whatever, or like older people. You get like a lot of people who are just suspiciously into looking up like racist old stuff, like Song of the South or whatever. Gets brought up a lot more, and then at first you're like, oh, they probably just have fond memories of it or whatever, but then you're like, there's so much old cartoons that nobody talks about, and you're making great stuff even, and you're making this group is making like 6 posts a week about Song of the South. Like, there's something going on at that point, you know, and I have a low tolerance for it at that point. Right, so let me see. So I started my own Lost Media group. There was some other reason I was talking about that. But people get weird about Doctor Who. Like, I mean, that stuff, I obviously care a lot about the lost episodes of Doctor Who, and I had a project to animate them at one point. But I do think it's really cringy when people look at any collection of film and are like, is Doctor Who in that? And the only thing you know about it is that that is some film, and you're asking if there's some Doctor Who in it. It's like, it's so cringy. You know, if it's Doctor Who, you're going to know if it's Doctor Who. So that really pisses me off. And I do get that in my group. But in theory, that's the sort of thing that I wouldn't want happening in my group. You know? It's just frustrating, because it's like it's dumb. It's just like cringy and dumb. I don't know. I gotta keep my mouth shut about some stuff, because there's just, I don't know, people are just a certain way sometimes. I don't want to come down too hard on people who have an interest, but like, a lot of the people who are interested in stuff are just a little like not, they don't have a sense of perspective about it. Like, they're interested in one thing, and it's a hyper focus, and it's weird to deal with. But I don't want to be mean about it. It's just, I don't know how to deal with that kind of community a lot of times. I don't know. And I'm happy as long as they're not like threatening me, but that is eventually, if people are being weird about stuff, like eventually they can be like weird in a threatening way too. So I guess that's my problem with it. Anyway, so I'm sort of just, I'm trying to build like a clean version of this shot, or a cleaner version of this shot. We'll see how that goes. That's basically what we're looking at here. Yeah. Okay. So I sort of have this clean version, which I only really need for this frame. But I'll give it a chance. Let me do my cheat script. And my burgers are done, so I'm going to eat my burgers, I guess. I guess that's something that I'm going to do. Because I'm going to finish this shot. I'll just do that. But I'm thinking... Okay, I did the wrong color. Let's do this. Let me see. How close did I get to what I was going for? Ooh, very close. That actually looks very close to what I was trying to do. I think this is the only thing that kind of gives the game away. That's interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna, I guess, 50 eyes this. And that'll be our final shot, which is pretty neat. That'll be pretty neat. Yeah, I'm talking about like Cartoon Research here, which is a group that I generally like, but it had that problem with talking about the Censored 11 and Song of the South and stuff like that. It's like, I see you after a certain point, you know. If you say it too many times, I see it. There's a lot of stuff like that. And with other groups, it's like old racist sitcoms or something, or racist like TV shows. And it is something you got to. I was talking about this the other day, and I said, on some level, we're all adults here, but so you can take it to like a point, like I think like one question about this sort of thing when it's not a pattern. But also, Song of the South is really easy to find if you're not like a boomer who doesn't know tech. Like, it's been done, it's been preserved as much as it's ever going to be preserved, and like there's no reason to be complaining about it being lost, except for like Fox News culture war bullshit. So yeah, like, and Cartoon Research has a lot of that, where like if right-wing media is lying about something this week, you know, everybody will be freaking out about it, like Pepe Le Pew or whatever. So, like Jerry Beck in Cartoon Research would have to say, like, we're getting a million posts about Lola Bunny and Pepe Le Pew getting cancel cultured or whatever. And it's bullshit, and it's just intended to piss people off and like radicalize them to the right, and that's all it is. It's not really meaningful. So I just wanted a lost media group that I could sort of, I guess, control a little more. And say, okay, well, we're not going to have like kids who are being superstitious about stuff. We're going to try not to have like kids who are talking about relatively recent YouTube videos and just stuff. I'm going to talk about stuff that I'm interested in, basically, more than anything. Was my like I've got a certain point of view, and I felt like, okay, we'll do it this way. And it hasn't been that successful. Like, there's not a ton of people there, but I don't know if you can see what I'm doing now. I hope you can't, actually. It probably looks like I'm not. I don't know. But oh, it's like black screen right now. Okay, and Knuckles. It's black screen and Knuckles. See, I see. Knuckles is there for a reason. It makes sense. It means something. Shut off that audio because that was sounding, I don't know, that was looking a little weird to me. So I'm going to keep the audio off for now. And I'm going to eat a couple of hamburgers because I've been at this for a while. Is this playing too fast? Is that a thing that's true? It feels like it's playing too fast. Oh, I know why it's playing too fast. I think I had VLC set to play fast, so I think that's actually what's happening. So I think we're sort of zooming through this. I think this is playing at like double speed. Oops, that's okay. And I should watch this to have like a sense of what the problems are. Because like this is a pretty dirty shot, but this is not a shot that I did very much with. And sometimes you gotta just be like, okay, well, it's dirty and it is what it is. But yeah, that's not a shot I did very much with, and that's looking dirty. So yeah, let's watch. We'll watch this together, I guess, and I'll see what I need to do besides this. Oh, and here's some Calvert scenes. One of the few like competently animated. There's some like competent animation in here. It comes and goes though. Like
Like, it's not all the way competent the whole time. But like, I like that kind of like rotoscoped fight or whatever it is. For hearts need mending, they always do. And if you listen, we'll tell a story just for you about some rag buttons and gingham gear. So the moon will light the way. Rag buttons and gingham gear. And the shadows start to play. Candy hearts and paper flowers, sunshine days and skies blue, poems and songs we sing for hours, words to say I love you true. Things get bad and then I worry, and we'll never make it through. I do like it. Candy hearts and paper flowers will always keep me close to you. So I think this is playing at double speed unless I'm just not processing things right, or at least like faster. I think I can fix that. When you get these shots that are really messed up, it's like I don't know. I'm gonna open up VLC. Oh, come on. So let's just. I don't know if you can see my VLC, but I'm gonna. I think I can fix this. Actually, it might not be VLC. This might just be a case of like, I might have like sped it up as, the thing I was doing. To conform. I'm going to watch this. I'm going to see what I need to look out for. I've already fixed a lot of these shots to an extent, or in total. And to an extent, there's a lot of also, there's a lot of issues I can't fix. looks pretty dirty. I think I might have worked on that too. Already these shots. Recognize this scene at all? You might. You might recognize that scene. The scene is pretty dirty, and I can't do every frame and fix it. But I am doing a bunch. It is pretty dirty.
think one of the reasons I stopped is when you see this stuff all cut together, you're like, there's only so much I can do about the dirt. And that's always going to be true, no matter how much work I do. Excuse me. I was just eating, and then I started choking because I was trying to talk and eat at the same time, but I think I'm okay now because I've finished eating two hamburgers that I baked. A lot of these scenes I actually have fixed. I actually have gone in and done the work of cleaning them up. Like there's a shot here of the thief going down in his plane, which is all like it's in a snowstorm. And those shots I actually did fix. Like those shots are completely clean now. Like this is the test run footage, which I was then working from. This is like the unrestored version. It's a new composite. It's like redone visually to an extent, but not restored otherwise. Like all the restoration work I've done the last few weeks is not present in this version that we're watching. But like some of these scenes, it's just like there's so much dirt. And that's also true in like the emerald scene when the thief is stealing the master emerald and other stuff. And there's only so much I can do, you know. I know that when I put this together, it's still gonna be like dirty and messed up. But and that's why I stopped back in September of 2013. But I like this scene. I think we should see more of that scene of zigzag at the end there. I think we should see a little more of that. Maybe like 2 seconds more of that. I'm gonna cough because I did choke a little because I was talking and eating. I'm gonna delete the VLC video. Okay. I'm gonna start back up again. I'm gonna check the chat. But your stream has been temporarily blocked. Oh, is that what happened? Because we detected copyrighted audio and video. Are we actually done? Holy shit. Did I really get... Fuck. Are we on or are we not on right now? Are we not on? I think we might not be on.